Welcome everyone to the Gen G University of Kentucky campus takeover day number 2. My name is Active. I'm an HCS analyst, and alongside me, I've got the US champion, also coach of Space Station Gaming, HCS professional team. Kyle, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit, past what I just said about you.
Of course, well, I appreciate it. Of course, happy to be here. Elamite, coach of Space Station Gaming, former Halo professional as well, back in the Halo 2, Halo 3 days. I'm actually from Kentucky as well, so definitely am very familiar with everything that goes on around there for 20 years or so.
Awesome.
And part-time caster too.
Very, very cool. Do it all. I want to really quickly thank our partners. We wouldn't be here without our partners. Of course, Gen G, really appreciate you throwing this as well. But we got Kinetic by Windstorm, which is a internet provider, essential if you're a gamer and you're trying to compete as well. UK Federal Credit Union, Uconnect, UPS Jobs, and TaxAct. Thank you to all of our partners here that make things like this happen. It looks like we're going to be getting into some Halo here shortly, but later on today at about 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have the grand finals of Valorant as well. So a very packed, an action-packed day today. Our first matchup is going to be in winners bracket round number 3, and we've got Fisher versus Ohio State. Now, we didn't get to see these teams play yesterday, so it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of match up. Yesterday, we had a one uneven series for the first series of the day. But that second series of the day, I probably saw some of the closest Halo I have ever seen, with a 249 to 250 Strongholds live fire game, and then a 50-49 Slayer. Kyle, I mean, I know you've been in Halo for a long period of time. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, you'll definitely get really close series, even at the professional level. Different teams excel at different formats or different objectives, Slayer game types, for example. Very rarely do you see a game where every single one comes down to the last 5 or 10 seconds of the game. So like you said, 250 to 249, it's not something you see very often. Even if the game's like 230 to 250, that could be considered an extremely close game that comes down to the final set of kills. Slayers, lots of times, one incident might change the outcome of a game and determine who wins with like a power weapon or a rocket set of controls coming up here. So to have them come down to these nail-biting games, and even that last King of the Hill, while it was 4-2 on the scoreboard, every single one of those hills was contested down to the wire. That game, or that series, was neck and neck each step of the way.
Absolutely love it. We're going to be seeing, of course, probably some close matches today. Of course, we're going to start on Strongholds on the streets. And one thing I want to point out is that these teams are actually on the main stage. They're in, we talked about one of our partners, the UK Federal Credit Union. They actually have an esports lounge, and they're in Lexington right now. So if you're in the area, you can go to campustakeover.gg and register and get yourself there if you're close by. I know someone in the chat had ended up saying they were close by. His name was Jangle. He's actually part of my community, but he has a dog, so we can't make it. If you don't have a dog that you got to take care of, a puppy that you got to take care of, head over there and enjoy some Halo. But really quickly talking about that, being on that main stage, we kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday, but those very close games, while also being on the main stage and all those lights, and of course the audience as well, really sets up some stress. And you said it perfectly yesterday, Kyle. It really kind of, some players really shine in those moments. How will that affect them today as we're moving through the rest of the bracket?
Same scenarios as you had yesterday. You'll have teams that really enjoy that environment. I think everyone that plays Halo and plays it online knows just how amazing the LAN environment is, to try to just, exclude a lot of the online server and desync or other issues that we have in just overall online game play in any title, really. So to get that experience in a tournament level, to be able to play LAN, like a LAN back in the day, or 10 years ago, is much different than today, right? You could get 2 Xboxes, 2 TVs with a few controllers, and you're set up for a LAN. Well under $1,000, probably. You and 8 buddies or 7 other buddies can get together and LAN Halo. Now that LAN environment, with the PC upgrades, different audio connections, the routers, everything else involved, controller price, things like that. To put together a decent LAN experience is easily $15,000 or more, when you're going into these things. So to have that
Right.
environment and be able to get that experience here for these guys, it definitely is really exciting.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I only had one experience on LAN on a main stage, and it was a big one. But the biggest thing is that I'll never forget it. And these guys are able to experience something like that again. A thank you to Genji and all of our partners for allowing something like this to happen. You're absolutely right. It is much more difficult nowadays to make something like that happen. Where back in the day, just go to your friend's house and connect your Xboxes together. It was a very amazing thing, and days we'll never forget. But looks like we're getting one more player in the lobby, and we'll get into this very, very shortly. I want to kind of go over our layout for today. It's going to be a best of 5, of course. Like I said, we're in winners bracket round number 3. So we've got Stronghold Streets, we've got Slayer on Empyrean. We've talked a little bit about this, and as I'm casting today, I'll kind of take you guys into account that are maybe newer to Halo. I know University of Kentucky is big on Valorant, and some of you also like Halo, but I'll kind of go and explain Halo in a way that some of the newer players might understand. But Slayer Empyrean is one of those maps where it really is insane in terms of being able to set up that spawn trap if you've got power weapons. If a mistake is made on one of the sides, the enemy team can take advantage of that completely. So we'll see if that kind of plays a factor here. Argyle CTF, we've talked a little bit about that. It's one of the newer additions to Halo Infinite. Argyle being one of those, CTF being one of those low cap scoring games, and we'll probably see that a little bit today. I think the one match that we watched yesterday, it went to a 2-1, so it was still a very low scoring game. 5 caps being, the top caps to win. Well, we don't usually see 5 caps on that map. And then if we need it for games 4 and 5, we've got Oddball in the Streets and then Slayer Live Fire. I want to ask you, I know you talked a little bit about this. Give me a little bit of a in-depth reason why some of the top players, some of the professional players, I would say most, don't like Slayer game types. What exactly is the reason they don't like Slayer game types? Maybe for deciding a game 5, is it too much random going on there? Is it too much roll of the dice type stuff?
I mean, that's definitely one kind of argument against it would be the more variation in who might win. Let's say you play the same game type 10 times in a row, right? Are you going to win it all 10 times? Are you going to win it 8 out of 10 times? Everybody's at an even playing field, when it comes into games. And with a lot of times, if you're playing your cards right, setting up correctly on the map, you're able to dictate and control the game yourself and secure the win for yourself, as opposed to letting the other team come out and win. So if in a Slayer game type especially, it's generally one of the shorter game modes, right? Like let's say an oddball game, I think the average oddball game comes up to, with a full 3 round and everything included, around like 22 minutes or so. A Slayer game might be 4 minutes. So
that's a good point.
It's a very fast-paced game. Of course, they can take a lot longer. Sometimes they don't even go the distance. But a Slayer game type, in a lot of cases too, you can kind of slow down the pace, set up. You don't necessarily have to play for things quite as often. So as opposed to an objective game type, you're getting all of those slays. But if you're not getting the job done with the flag or the hills, or controlling power weapons as well, you're basically still on even footing. So I'd say more commonly, me personally as well, definitely preferred or enjoyed the objectives more. It's a little bit more forgiving, fast paced. You don't have to value each and every life maybe quite as hard as you would in a Slayer game. In a lot of objectives, you might have a game where one team might have 80, 90, 100 kills at the end of the game, as opposed to, of course, 50 is the cap for Slayers.
That's a really good point. I never really thought of it like that. I kind of like when we have I believe we have attrition where we spoke on this a little bit yesterday, where you can res your teammates if they go down. I was thinking that might be maybe a good, we haven't really tested it in professional play, but just that ability of only having a certain amount of lives, and that might be the objective you're going for, staying alive. I don't know how it would really play out, but I understand now that you're kind of explaining it, trying to win those 8 out of 10 games, like a Slayer being one of those where you only have 50 kills to play with, and there's not a lot of mistakes that can be made. That makes actually a lot of sense. And thank you for answering that. That's the first time I've ever kind of heard a professional side of it. So very, very good. Looks like we're getting into game here very shortly. And of course, on the streets, for those of you guys that don't know, this is something I talk about a lot when I'm casting the HCS games or any type of Halo games that come on the streets. It's all about that power weapon control. Streets is a very, very small map, and you need to control the sandbox. And you'll hear me say that word sandbox a lot. It basically means all the weapons on the map and all the equipment on the map that can be utilized to give you an advantage on the streets. We have the rockets, of course, the bulldog. We've got the thrust to work with as well, the sentinel beam, the stalker. These are very powerful weapons that, when used in the right hands, can really make a difference. And I mean, I'm sure, Elamite, you've seen with Lucid, I think since the very beginning of the game, I think he's been one of the best, best players in terms of utilizing that sandbox at a high level. It's almost like every single weapon he's really got down to a T, I would say.
Yeah, the difference between Halo Infinite and a lot of the older Halos, a lot of the older Halos definitely focus primarily around the battle rifle usage and, of course, sniper rifle and rockets. Those are the two main power weapon objectives that you play for within any given map. And BR usage was 80-90% of the time. Now, moving into Halo Infinite, they've done a really good job at balancing and or just improving a lot of the weapons outside of the battle rifle to make them equal, or make sure that they have some sort of niche kind of area in the map where this weapon is actually going to be effective. So if you start looking at the super strong weapons like the bulldog or stalker rifle, of course, commando, things you definitely want to control, but then you have the smaller weapons that come into a high skill gap where you don't see players, even professional players, going for quite as often. So if you have the disruptor, the plasma pistol, of course, and just the regular magnum, everything else involved is all extremely powerful weapons that you can use to actually outduel a BR player, someone that has a starting weapon.
That's a good point. Yeah, I miss the old days. It might be because I'm old. Like, very simple though, right? You have a BR, you have a sniper, you have rockets, and then you have an overshield. That's pretty much all you have to really worry about, and camo sometimes. But regardless, I do kind of want to talk about that because we've got some balance updates that Halo has released, and we're getting into our next game very shortly here. We just had a little bit of a bug, so we're waiting for that restart to happen. But it gives me time to talk about the balance updates. Now, there's red rack weapons, which is what Elamite was talking about in terms of that, maybe that heat wave, or in terms of that bulldog. Now, the crazy thing about those weapons when the game was first released, and this kind of reminds me of Halo 5 at the very beginning with how powerful some of the weapons were and how often they were used, is that bulldog, once you drop it and it decays, I believe it decays after 1 minute, or you use all the ammo in it, which there was a ton of ammo, and that's going to be addressed in a later patch. 15 seconds is how long it would take to get back on that rack. They've now upped that to a minute on some of these weapons and 30 seconds for some of the other weapons. So now these weapons are still going to be powerful on the map. They're still going to make an impact, but it's not going to be as crazy as it was before. What do you think about these changes? Do you think, I think personally they're good for the game, but how do you think they'll affect professional play?
It's definitely going to affect professional play. The amount of teams definitely having to put focus on maybe getting those when they do spawn. Definitely more BR play in the game itself, or more use around some of the other weapons like the disruptor, plasma pistol, commando, things like that we discussed before. It's definitely coming towards the later end of the off season as we head into the tournament. So there's not going to be like a ton of great experience and practice that teams are going to have with that new format. Now, it's not like such a change that it's going to mess up the flow of the current game state and how a lot of these objective games work, but you definitely won't be able to see one team kind of like use that weapon, used all the ammo, got 20 kills with it, and then immediately, while the enemy team's still all dead, grab the new one off spawn because it's coming up so quickly. So, I think it definitely balances out a little bit better than what we had before. Like those weapons, like we discussed, in the right hands, they are extremely powerful. You will not lose your 1v1s. And if one team is able to get stalker rifle, bulldog, commando, you got 3 of the 4 members on one team that are already kind of overpowered or overbuffed going into those engagements. So it's definitely a change that I enjoy, and it'll help lower a little bit of some of the abuse teams can kind of bring out onto others when they maintain control of the map and get all those weapons to start.
That's a really good point, and I'm not going to name any names, but we've seen some teams kind of fall a little bit recently just due to the changes that have been made. Even before those changes, I'll say it, Optic not looking as good as they did at the very start, and now some other teams, obviously SSG and FaZe in the mix. But here we go. Enough about the HTS Pro teams. We're talking about collegiate Halo here, and we've got Fisher versus Ohio State Scarlet, also known as Buckeye Halo Scarlet. Coming up right now, it's going to be Strongholds on the Streets. It looks like we're going to be into our match here very, very shortly. I'm very excited to see, you know, how even these teams are. We saw, of course, like I said in that first series, you know, very lopsided in terms of the very beginning of the bracket. It's something you assume most of the time is going to happen with maybe a higher seeded team and a lower seeded team matching up early on, but now we're gonna get to see potentially later in the bracket some very even matchups. We haven't played just yet, and here we go. We're hopping on board with Custom. He's pushing towards this B side, but he gets taken out quickly. That's going to be 2 down for Ohio State.
Yeah, and I actually recognize everyone here from Fisher. These are people we see in matchmaking almost every day here. So this is definitely a team that grinds out a lot here. They play together even. So this is something that they've definitely been prepping for here. As you can see, they do push out Ryrest. I'm going to go with here. Already grabbing 3 kills for himself. They've got control. They're starting to put some points on the board.
Points on the board is exactly what they need. Here we go. Sorry about that. Had to refresh my VMix, but 18 points on the board is what they're going to have, and a 2-cap setup as well. Looks like 1 kill is going to be initially put down on both sides here. Some defense on this B side coming out of Rhett. He's playing some good defense because the spawns come out onto PD. They've got to be careful here. 2 are down. They've got to get this kill, and you see the spawns happen on Cafe. So a great play to back off here by Rye, and he goes for this flank. This might be a little bit risky, but he's caught off guard. Custom, that is, and he gets a beautiful kill and control the spikes as well.
Yeah, you can see Invisible Walker. He grabs himself the 2nd kill of the game for his team, but Ohio State, they are being heavily outslayed this game. They're lucky that the triple cap hasn't come into an effect yet here. As you can see, they're still able to maintain a street. While it is a decent-sized map, the way you play it or the way your team's able to kind of rotate around the map, it could definitely feel very, very small. The main spawn points, of course, being in C and PB, you're able to just rotate back and forth and constantly keep that pressure on the enemy teams. With rockets coming up right now, that is what Ohio State's going to need to try to get back into this game. They are starting that capture on B, but they got to be careful because they can't let these rockets go for free.
And that's the big thing too. B-Money going for those rockets. He does kill 1. There's 1 rocket remaining, but at what cost? All 3 of Ohio State members go down. Sizzle, the last player alive. He's going to try and play his life, but the last rocket is going to connect. Look at Ryrest, 10-3-1. He's only got 1 death so far in this game. He's put up 10 kills and as many assists as the rest of his teammates. I'd love to hop on board with him as he's starting to pop off in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's got more kills than the entire Ohio State team right now. So he is absolutely slaying out here if you get this field. Fisher is getting, breaking 100 points here already. They've only had a 2-cap this whole time, so it's not like it's been a very quick 100 points. Those are slow counting points here. So to be able to see them to do that is definitely very impressive here.
At what point do you push for a triple cap though? And you know, if you're going for a triple cap, you've got C, B, and A. I would assume that you force the spawns onto purple, or is it something where you pretty much collapse on enemy spawns and try to stagger spawns that way?
You know, it's definitely a situation that you kind of have to address as a team.
Right.
It's not easy to hold a triple cap. The problem with triple caps to begin with is, you're taking at least 1 player out of the play to secure that capture. Generally, enemy teams going to be spawning across the map, and you generally get pulled into a lot of different directions as the team that's maintaining the triple cap. Yep. So it's easy to have the enemy spawn behind you or catch you off guard and kind of break your setup. So holding a 2-cap, is definitely much simpler. You're able to try to force spawns for the enemy team in maybe 1 location and constantly apply that pressure. So it is something that takes a lot of skill to get a triple cap. You want to wait for the right opportunity. You definitely don't want to force it and just risk losing control.
Speaking of losing control, Ohio State had a 2-cap on the board there, but it's all that individual skill that counts. 4 dead for Ohio State, and now the rocket's in the hands of Maysky. That's where individual skill matters, right? A lot of 1v1s being won by Fisher here. Ohio State started to get some slays, but it wasn't enough, and the triple cap is in effect now. C is going to be reset, and a triple cap means 2 points every second for Fisher.
Yeah, you can see they're split spawning here over towards PD. They're trying to get A. There were some members in C as well. And now you have them all trapped in, or at least 2 members trapped in here in PD with nowhere to go and the collapse flying in. Also get an update from chat active that we believe it's rarest.
Okay.
Of whatever we were saying.
Got it.
And I believe that does make a little bit more sense.
It does, yeah. No, these names are all different, right? Rarest. Okay, I will remember that. Rarest is his name. I believe I've seen him in matchmaking. I've definitely seen the other guys in this game in matchmaking, at least on the team of Fisher.
I was running into them yesterday.
Wow.
I played Rarest, Ret, and Clips multiple times yesterday alone.
Love that. Elamite, definitely a man. You got to respect it. You know, at his level, trying very hard, pretty much every matchmaking game, calling out to random teammates. I love that. We don't get a lot of that in high-level Onyx, so it's really cool to see. Always making sure that I know I'm bad at the game every time we match together as well, so thank you for that. But there we go. Fisher going to take game number 1. And, of course, next game is going to be Slayer on Empyrean. I'm sure we'll get that started as quickly as possible. And, you know, Ohio State really having a hard time in those individual battles that, you know, maybe not really warmed up coming into game number 1, maybe a little bit of jitters, not too sure. We haven't seen either one of these teams play, but Fisher really, you know, showcasing that individually they're the better team, at least right now.
Yes, and that came down to streets as well, right? So very fast-paced game, one that if you recognize spawns, will greatly benefit you on that map, right? Like we talked about, there's like this 2 main spawn points. Teams constantly coming up off spawn back and forth on those 2 different sides of the map allow you to rotate very quickly. But if you get a team that's able to, you know, make sure they're aware of force spawning and blocking certain spawns while getting the kills, and like we said, not forcing the triple cap and risking losing too much control in a scenario, then that's when you see big blowouts like that.
Just want to give a shout out to UPS Jobs and a thank you to them for aligning the mission to help students craft a career that is right for them. If you're looking for work, check out www.jobs-ups.com. Check out the website and get nationwide openings at every level, which is very important. You know, getting in that entry level and working your way up is the way to do things, in my opinion. But we'll get into this game number 2. And Slayer Empyrean is, you know, we talked about how important, you know, that spawn trap is. I don't know if we'll see that at this level in the game. Maybe, you know, with the slays that we've seen out of Fisher is a potential that, you know, Ohio State might be in trouble. But again, it all comes down to when you're playing these Slayers. I truly do feel like, you know, that lower chemistry team has a little bit of a chance. If there is a chance for Ohio State to make a comeback here when they only have to focus maybe on one thing, it might be a little bit easier for them, right? Not having to focus on that objective as well, only having to focus on slays like you had mentioned. And, you know, thinking about that also makes sense why, you know, Slayers aren't really, you know, welcome in the highest level of Halo, is just because, you know, it doesn't require all that coordination. You just have to worry about the slays and that's it. And you know, you can just kind of push aggressively, like a team like, for instance, Native Red, you know, just hold forward and get the slays that are necessary. So we'll see if Ohio State can make a little bit of a comeback here. I don't, looking at that last game, it's going to be very, very difficult. We've got to see some slays come out of them. I mean, talking about the rest of the series, this is a best of 5. So Argyle is another one. I loved this map when it first came out. I love Empyrean, obviously, because it's a remake of my old boomer map called The Pit on Halo 3. But Argyle is one of those, you know, 2 snipe maps that, honestly, in the beginning, when it first came out, everyone was like, I hate this map. And I was the first one to say, this map is going to be the best map ever. We're going to see some crazy matchups. And it's just because I'm on keyboard and mouse, and those long range those long range angles are so strong for us. And I thought that maybe, you know, I would like it. But over time, I've grown to not like it as much, just because of it's another catalyst. You got to slay like 6 times before you get a flagpole, and then you've got to slay another 6 times to get that flag in. So we'll see what happens with that one. I guess we can take this time while we're waiting for the next game real quick. It looks like map 2 is ready. I guess we'll kind of talk about, how do you feel about SSG? Like, you know, you weren't coaching that before. You've jumped on a roster that didn't place outside of the top 2 all season 1. Like, what do you think about, you know, from what you've seen so far of them? Are you impressed? You know, are you looking forward to Charlotte, or is it something you're a little bit worried about? Be honest with us.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the team is absolutely goated, right? Like you said, they didn't even place out of the top two in the first season. That was
Yeah,
with different members on the roster at some points as well. Second place at World is nothing to slouch at.
agreed.
Incredible performances. I think the game has changed a lot going into season two. There's been a lot of adjustments, weapons, red stack, things like that we've discussed.
Yeah,
Teams are going to be a much better. Year one, definitely a little. People are feeling out the game still, getting comfortable. The cream of the crop starting to kind of rise to the top,
yeah,
and the meta of the game changing as well. People are constantly learning different angles, different uses for objective. You could see from year one to year two how much more disruptor use that there is,
yes.
different setups and things like that. So definitely really excited. But yeah, at the highest level, you have to stay on top of your game and continue putting in the work because everybody's gunning for you at that point.
100% agreed. We see so many there's the few and far between, a lot of pros that you just constantly see in matchmaking, like constantly matching with them. They're always playing the game, and like you just said, very, very important. But here we go. It's going to be Fisher once again versus Ohio State Scarlet, and it's going to be game number 2. Fisher coming away with a very convincing game number 1. Can Ohio State answer back? Here is the question for game number 2. Slayer Empyrean. I love the overshield player jumping off the map in that sequence. SSG. Shout out to them. Absolutely incredible. Airlock, of course, is the one that is producing this event. Done an incredible job thus far. It's been a pleasure. But here we go.
I think we had a lag out, so we'll be looking to restart the game here too. So it'll take a moment to get back in. Now I will say that I'm pretty worried for Ohio State based on what we saw in game 1. So besides the fact that they got heavily outslayed and lost 250-35, taking that and moving into game number 2, the Slayer, you could tell that they had a little bit of just struggle against the aggression that we're seeing from the team.
Yeah.
So when you move into the pit, a pit map that has, like we talked about yesterday, static spawns, it gets extremely difficult to maintain your footing. This is a game type that bodes most well to the team that is most aggressive. If you're able to constantly get into the enemy team's base and make sure the engagements are happening there, as opposed to being engaged upon immediately after you come off spawn,
right,
in your own base, you're much better set up for success. You're able to stay alive, finesse, and generally the team that is more aggressive or controlling those weapons is going to be the one that wins. And Pit Slayer is one in particular where there's maybe like much less 50-49 games and much more just blowout games. It's not uncommon to see a team take like a 10 or a 15 kill lead and have the enemy team actually bring it back and tie it. In most Slayer game types, when one team has a 10 or 15 kill lead, that game's very, very difficult to come back in. But Pit in particular is one where, like we said, you get the weapons and you constantly take the engagements to the enemy team's base. You're just killing them off spawn before they're able to get all 4 alive. One of the most challenging things in Halo at times is just to get your whole team alive, right? With how small sometimes these maps feel. When 1 or 2 people die, you have to wait for them to respawn. The enemy team's collapsing on you, and before your team respawns, you die. And now your teammates are in the same scenario you are, and you're just trying to extend your life and get to a scenario where it's a 4v4 on the map again. And this is one of those maps that can be very difficult to do that.
Yeah, and I mean, if you guys think this map was bad, I'm sure Elamite will attest to this. Onslaught was horrible. Like, it was, gosh, you could be spawn trapped for just 3 caps in a row. You couldn't move off your base. You had to stand still so your teammates spawn on the opposite side. Lots of things going on there, but we'll see right now, right off the bat, we got overshield in the hands of Fisher, I believe that is. And look, they've got the rockets as well on rarest. But some kills come out right away for Ohio State. Even with Fisher having the power weapons, Ohio State is able to get their own sniper and some kills, but there goes the sniper. It goes down.
Yeah, you can see that sniper's going to change hands. Clips has it as 2. Just as we say that, he gets taken out. So you can see the Ohio State, they're doing a pretty great job here to open this one up. They were able to take out Rocket Player and make him waste some of those rockets, and maintain control of their sniper tower with a kill lead. So this is definitely boding well for them, but we can see, like, once these opportunities open up, once 1 or 2 members go down, will they still be able to hold off the aggression?
That's exactly what they're doing right now. They've got the heat wave inside his sword, but look at that. That's going to be a double kill. I believe that was out of Maski, which is going to be huge for Fisher. It allows them to get that heat wave back into control. Sizzle is the one in position with his sniper on the tower to get a pick and potentially stop this aggression that we talked about from happening. They get the first kill. Will it be enough for them to push up aggressively and confidently? And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, they definitely want to play aggressive on this. They took out that player in Sword who had the sniper rifle, but I don't think anyone was really able to capitalize on that at all. They're able to get that sniper back, and it's Clips of all people, the guy that died with it, able to get back into Sword and get his own sniper rifle. And now, even though they were able to get 1 or 2 kills there, they haven't gained anything in regards to like map presence.
Right. Off that 1 kill, you've got to make a move, especially when you get sniper down in Sword. Like Elamite had said, you've got to go and make sure that you take those resources, you take that sandbox and utilize it for yourself. And it wasn't done. Ret CW having a little bit of a rough start to the game, 0-4. Big goose egg right there for him, but it's not really affecting Fisher as they just take the lead, 11-10.
Yeah, you can see 2-3 members drop. You can tell Ohio State's plan is definitely try to lock down some Sword presence here and clear out those members. They were able to get a couple of kills, but they all died in the process. 12-12 score line here, so they're still doing a really, really great job. Everything they can to stay relevant in this game, keeping it close. But over the course of the next 9 minutes, if they're not able to bring some of the engagements over here to Fisher's side of the map, that's when they'll find themselves in trouble.
Ohio State still holding on to this lead. Rhett still having a little bit of a rough game, and got to think about it. If they're down by only 3 kills here and he's got 0, I mean, when he starts to step it up, it's really going to turn around for this Fisher squad. But here comes the push here. Rhett gets his first kill of the game, and the aggression off that kill is going to be huge. They get 1. They get another with the beautiful repulse from Rarest. And now they've got to find E-Money, who is in that Sword all by himself.
Yeah, he does a pretty good job finessing, staying alive. You can see Maski, he's got the sniper rifle still. He's a 6-4. He's sitting in Sword. Ohio State, 2 players top tower, trying to make sure they don't, lose some of the presence here and keep some solid lines of sight, elevation, and presence here on these pushes. Yeah, I would say Fisher definitely played more aggressive. Great job by Ohio State keeping this game close. Their defense has been impeccable right now. But my only concern is, you can definitely trade out kills a lot here. But if a couple members go down, you start hitting a couple snipes and they all get trapped. All of Ohio State gets trapped over and towards their mauler or trapped over towards their courtyard. That's when you start seeing 3, 4, 5 members even, people coming off spawn, dying repeatedly.
100% Ohio State needs to stop that snowball from happening. It looks like the snowball is forming right now, but a great win by Custom right there. That's going to be huge, but regardless of that, they still go 2 down on Ohio State in a 3-kill lead for Fisher. Looks like...
Now they've lost their S2 control. Now this is, like we said, this is when it starts getting a little bit scary here. Boom, triple kill comes out of Clips. And now all of Ohio State is going to spawn over towards their mauler, and they're going to try to get away. Luckily, you have Invisible Walker being able to push into long haul and at least open up a little bit of presence and keep Fisher guessing where he might come to go down. And that could have been... Yeah, that's tough. He could have won that for Rockets as well. And that would have been 3 dead for Fisher. Even though they do find themselves in a rough spot, it could have been a lot worse. We'll see how these Rockets come into play here. Nice one to avoid, committing or hitting himself with that rocket and ending his own life too there. So great job, Ohio State. Like we said, playing that defense, but even though they've done a fairly solid job trading out a lot of kills, they find themselves down by 9 or make that 10.
Yeah, it's those pivotal fights like we saw in that green box on that rocket that really kind of cost the game. Maski with a triple of his own. And now that's a triple for Clips and a triple for Maski. Clips is 13-4, Maski 12-6. Now Rhett's starting to heat up as well. And I talked about this at the very start of the game. When Rhett started to heat up, it was going to start to turn on its head. And that's exactly what's happening. 39-24. With that sniper coming up, I don't know if Ohio State has a chance.
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Luckily, they do clear out their sniper tower, take the 2 players down. So obviously, only 2 players remaining here. They are both over towards sword, but they do grab their new sniper as well. Huge snipe duel win from Custom there. Find themselves at 9 and 10 with 6 assists. That kill was absolutely huge to grab, and that should open up the map. Like we said, the only way to get back into a game like this, 41-20, is to do exactly what we saw from Fisher for the majority of this game so far. They need to get a pick, maybe grab themselves even 2 kills, push over and grab control of their sniper rifle tower, and look to spawn trap players.
Yeah, this is the problem, though. They're going for trades, and with 45 kills on the board for Fisher, Ohio State cannot go for trades here. They spawn up on that Muller side, but the sniper from Raris looking straight down the barrel at some spawning players. Almost gets that one. Tries to go for another. The quick scope doesn't connect, but this is all but over here. 5 kills is all that may make that 3 as another kill hits the board.
Yeah, they do manage to clear out their sniper rifle, but down by 16 kills with only 2 left in the game. Yeah, this would be, we've talked about some big comebacks that we've seen on this map in particular, but I don't think I've ever seen one quite this big.
Right.
So OS is getting ready to spawn. Clips grabs himself a 49th kill. If they're not able to get everything here on the map, which is just too difficult to do on the pit, it's going to be lights out.
And all Fisher needs to go for is a trade here. They don't need that either. They get the victory 50-35. Fisher going up 2-0 in this series. One more, and they will move on to the winners finals. And a great performance there. We talked about how hard of a time Ohio State was going to have. And, you know, in an objective game type that's coming up next, when they didn't really do so hot on that first objective, you know, coming up on CTF Argyle, I like the underdog story, Kyle. I'm a big underdog story kind of guy, and Argyle is a map that maybe, you know, not a lot of people have put a lot of time into. So maybe this is their chance. I think the biggest problem is, like you said, Fisher's aggression is a lot, and not only do they have that aggression, but they also have the individual skill to match that aggression. It's one thing to be like me in 2007. Be really aggressive but not have any individual skill, but it's another thing to be aggressive and also have individual skill to back it up. So I mean, Ohio maybe playing with a little bit of a lack of confidence. I saw a lot of 1v1 fights that went in their favor there. Maybe, you know, being more aggressive will kind of, you know, do well for them in this next upcoming game.
Yeah, I think if they do have a chance to get back in the series, it starts with this map and game type in particular. Argyle, it does have 2 sniper rifles. It's very hard to run flags on this map. It's a very long route to secure any captures. Even if you are heavily outslaying a team, if you're not putting caps on the board, right, it's a moot point. It doesn't even really matter.
Right.
So I think if you can see Ohio State, you know, try to play together really well, just get 1 or 2 caps, because a lot of times that's all that it takes in order to win one of these maps, or on Argyle in particular. Right. You can see them, you know, bring the series back and try to make it a 2-1 scenario here. So I think, you know, they are lucky in that regard. Like we talked about after that game number 1, Pit Slayer did not look good, and we saw exactly why. Yeah, just based on how that game type is majority played most of the time. And then of course Argyle, yeah, this will be one where we know it's going to be a tough battle. Obviously Fisher is primed to take this as a 3-0 series sweep, but they might not have as much experience, as much practice. It's very, like we said, very hard to get those caps. They may be finding themselves in a position where they're outslaying Ohio State, but end up losing the game.
Yeah, that's the big thing too. It's all about objective efficiency at the end of the day. And to get that objective efficiency on Argyle, we do have the camo that spawns top center. So if you're able to get a grapple real early, potentially get that camo, and I'm kind of, you know, making a scenario here, but a camo run would actually work. You know, a lot of top teams are doing camo runs bottom center. You grab the camo, you pick up the flag, and like you said yesterday, and like everyone knows, there's no indicator, right? So you're able to kind of run that flag freely, which will potentially allow for that very first cap and put pressure on Fisher. So it's about those plays, right? The slays matter at the end of the day, but objective efficiency is where it counts, and those sneaky caps can really make something happen. It looks like map 3 is ready, and you know, let's get some follows on the stream, guys. If you're not following the stream and you're enjoying this content, you of course, University of Kentucky, this is like I've said a million times, I wish I had this when I was younger. You know, esports, collegiate esports is a really cool thing. I'm understanding that, you know, players are getting scholarships based on their esports performance, which is really just so cool. It blows my mind how far esports has gotten. And again, a thank you to our partners, Gen G, as well, and you know, all the partners that we have. As you know, as the day goes on, we will shout this out. This is day number 2, and like we said, we're gonna finish off Halo today. We're gonna take a little, like it's actually a pretty large break, about 2 to 3 hour break, and then we'll get into some Valorant at about 3 p.m. Eastern. That's gonna be the grand finals of Valorant. So lots of action going to be packed up in today. CTF Argyle is the next game. Now Fisher, obviously this will be game number 3 for them, so they can close it out right here. We've got to see an answer back from Ohio State, and we've got to see it right now. And like I said, on this map, you know, you get that camo. I would say it's an unconventional run, but it's really not. It's, you know, at the highest level, a lot of players are using this camo run. If we see a camo run real early, Ohio State can get that initial advantage. It's going to be about that and controlling those snipers and essentially getting those slays.
Yeah, so we are underway here. Keep in mind, there's the grapples like Active was talking about here. It looks like Invisible Walker might be over trying to secure that one for himself. I'm not sure where that goes to, but we'll end up finding it here shortly. Oh, it looks like it is Ohio State. So Ohio State coming off to a good start, actually securing that first camo here. We've got players from Fisher looking to maneuver around the map. Only one player going down off the start for both teams, so very, very slow opening here. But we'll see if that camo is actually able to be used well enough to actually secure maybe the sniper rifle here, or just get one of those flag runs.
Yeah, that sniper was not picked up on the side of Fisher, so now Ohio State actually have 2 snipers, and a great job by Invisible right there to grapple away. That's his last grapple to utilize, but he ends up saving his life. He's got to win this 1v1, and he gets some help. That's the type of teamwork you need to see in a game like this. Great job by Invisible Walker and his teammate. He gets that trade as well. He's being pushed drastically, but Invisible Walker starting to heat up. 3-0 to start this game, but he ends up going down.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. He ends up taking out 3 players here from Fisher, but then gets cleaned up by the last and final member who had overextended on sniper side of the map there. Not familiar with an angle might be coming from. So they're doing a great job overall as far as slays. It's the first time we've had all day where they've actually been keeping up with them in regards to slays in these first 2 games. So you got to be feeling good about that at least.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot more teamwork out of this Ohio State squad. They're starting to, you see those assists kind of rack up on the right-hand side, the middle column there. We'll see if that continues to be a trend in this game. Unfortunately, a very aggressive push. Fisher is ready for it with the wall of defense, and that camo coming up soon is going to be a very important power-up for this Ohio State team to get.
Yeah, Invisible Walker sit at 5-2 now, so definitely feeling himself on this game type off the replay. A couple of snipe kills, great frags, great teamwork overall. But then there's Raris with 6 kills himself, just keeping the hopes alive here for Fisher for that 3-0 victory. Sniper rifle, like we said, now is over in the hands of Clips. They're getting probably some call-outs on where some of these other players may be. That S3 location where you're seeing Sizzle right now is a very common place to snipe from, and he gets punished immediately here by Clips.
Here's that camo run that we're talking about, but instead it's in the hands of Fisher. They're just walking this bottom center. He finally sprints and reveals his location. Gonna take this on the snipe side, and with 2 dead from Ohio State, make that 3. This cap is all but going in, and that'll be the first cap on the board for Fisher.
Yeah, Macy says, I might not have any kills, but I've got a flag capture, and that is the most important thing on this game type. So quick 1-0 early lead. That's going to be a tough spot because Ohio State, they've been doing such a good job at just keeping up in the slays, maintaining some of the control, trying to hold on to their sniper rifles. But at the end of the day, they didn't get anything out of it, and it is Fisher that takes that early lead.
We'll see that camo come into play much more for the rest of this game. Maski starting to heat up. He's got his first kill on the board. Got that capture as well, like you said. That's what matters the most. Invisible Walker starting to slow down a little bit. We're on board with him, though. Let's see if he's able to continue to slay out here. They've had a very convincing start to the game, and you know, sometimes you've got to take that and roll with it, right? If you're starting to feel into a flow state and on fire. You got to continue on that. It looks like he's all but stalled out so far.
Yeah, that was a great job. They take 3 down here. Ohio State does for Fisher, giving them an opportunity to really get into the enemy team's base. But they need to make sure they slay out again here before they pull that flag. Great snipe comes in from Invisible Walker, who's been on top of his game here in this game number 3. But it is so hard, like we said, to get these flags out sometimes. 1 player goes down, 2 players go down. And when 2 players die while trying to start moving or running the flag, that is the time where not only are you probably not going to cap the flag, but you'll lose full control and open up the map for the enemy team to get back into it here. So Fisher, they find themselves in a tough spot. Last guy alive was hiding in computers, but before that flag could even hit the halfway point, they take out 3 members of Ohio State and grab that sniper rifle control.
And that's why we talked about having to reslay, right? You take the team, 2 or 3 dead, you've got to slay them 1 more time, 2 more times, potentially to even get that flag past the halfway point. And Ohio State did not do that. They overextend, go 2 down, but they get 3 dead right here for Fisher. So an opportunity now to check these spawns on the back of base and make something happen. But the last player alive is Maskey, and guess what? He's being a nuisance with a double. The snipe kills come out. Beautiful job by Maskey to potentially stop that map control happening for Ohio State.
Yeah, very clutch from Maskey. Clears out his base, including one of the players pushing through bottom middle. They secure those kills. Raris is able to grab that sniper rifle back in his hands after that sequence of events. 1-0 lead, over half the time in the game already gone, and you can see Ohio State, they've had probably 1 flagpole that they got pretty far, and that was by far the best position that they had set up over the course of this game so far. But even with that, they weren't really able to get that flag even close to being scored. So you're gonna have to see them maintain sniper control once again, and almost have to pray for a miracle at this point.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of 1v1s right now. In the beginning of the game, Ohio State doing a really good job at utilizing angles and making sure that each teammate had an angle on each other. They're able to utilize that teamwork. But as of right now, they're taking those 1v1s, and I think that's probably their weakest point of their game is those individual fights. So potentially trying to stop taking those might be the answer here. But the second flag is going to move out. These kills have to happen. He's got 2 in front of him. That's going to be Maskey. He's done this before. Can he do it again? He gets 1. Grapples out. He stays alive. That's beautiful.
Amazing use of the grapple. Equipment is one of my favorite things in this game as well. It just so many, crazy opportunities. I'm somebody that personally, every time I have grapple, I'm just jumping off the map trying to fake people out and keep them guessing where I may be. We're actually seeing now the second camo run of this game. Both camo runs coming in the hands of Fisher. And if they put this flag in, both of these flag runs with camo are essentially why they are actually securing these captures.
We got a little bit of offense here from Ohio State on the snipe side of the map, though. They're going to pull, I believe that they're actually not going to pull the flag just yet. I believe they finally do, which means this flag cannot be put in until that flag is returned. So Ohio State is in a position right now. They get 1 dead, but they're 2 dead themselves. They've got to make sure they get these next couple slays, and it's all going to come down to Sizzle here on the elbow side. He gets 1. Can he stay alive, though?
He's doing a great job finessing as long as he can. Now it is Rhett CW that has an angle to try to help out here. He grabs himself 1, gets vision on a player pushing into the base. You have Maskey with that flag, and electing to just kind of hold on to it here. Now he's playing some solid defense. They get the call outs that there's a player over here towards sniper rifle. That sniper is spawning in 15 seconds. They're able to get this cap and grab these new sniper rifles. They'll be in prime position to take this series.
A very clutch kill by E-Money, but 3 dead for Ohio State means this flag is going in. That's flag number 2. Fisher in a great lead right now, in a very comfortable state, being up 2-0 in the series, and now 2-0 in the game as well.
You can see that camo's up. One of the sniper rifle has been grabbed here by Clips as well. That's going to be the first camo being grabbed by Ohio State, but I think it's burnt at the same time here. Burnt meaning that the player grabbed it, used it, but got taken out immediately, so not able to really put that camo to any really solid effect here. The slays, if you're taking a look at the overall kill feeds here, or the overall stat board, you've got Rhett in the lead, 16 and 10 now. Everyone except for Clips, who's just -1, is going to be positive here for the Fisher squad. So you can see just heavily being outslayed here, or Ohio State just heavily being outslayed. You can see their defense, something they're really strong at. They do have a really impeccable defense here. You can see they work together really well. They're constantly listening to each other. You can just tell based on the movement and the way that players are kind of like looking around the map. But it's just a little bit, it's the aggression that's really hurting them. Like we said, they've gotten sniper rifle, they've been in some prime positions, but they've not been able to get any objective efficiency out.
Yeah, it's like when that aggression level hits like, you know, goes from like 3 to 7. They just can't handle it at the 7 mark. I think that's exactly what it is. And you said it right. Their teamwork is really good on that defense. If they're able to just kind of take that up a notch and send it through the map, take control of mid-map with that same teamwork, you really benefit them. But this game is pretty much all but over with 2 minutes left. I mean, there's still definitely chance for a comeback here, but it's going to be very difficult. These are the 2v1s I'm talking about. The fact that Raris is able to potentially even win these 2v1s is why that Fisher is winning this game. And you see the disrespect coming out from Raris, showing him who's his dad.
Yeah, you can see 2 minutes left to play. I mean, one of the great things about Halo Infinite is the game's never over till it's over. Based on the overtime rules in this game and capture the flag in particular, you do need to see Ohio State get 2 caps in the next, minute 30 here, which is not boding well based on what we've seen so far. But if they are able to get 1 here in the next minute or so, you could see some signs of life. But that's not what you want to see if you're an Ohio State fan. That last camo of the game just spawned up. Ohio State almost able to secure that, but every time they've been in position to get that camo, they get taken out right before they're able to put it to use really here. So with a minute 20 left or minute 15 left to play, this is their last opportunity. It's all about overextending here now. There is no time to set up and slay. They need to get flagpoles and just start running them.
Yeah, this is going to be nearly impossible at this point with a minute left. Like you said, though, that camo at the 2 minute mark could have been the factor that they needed. They could have potentially gotten that camo, got a run, then got another consecutive run, then pushed it to overtime potentially, but not able to do that with 50 seconds remaining. Fisher looking to close this out in style. And like you said, Rhett, 20, 10, and 13. I love the assist column, the double digits as well. I call that a double-double. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I like to call it a double-double. Beautiful stat line out of Rhett.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. You just cannot run flags fast enough at this point. I think Fisher's recognizing as well. They've got this series locked in and secured here with a quick 3-0. 15 seconds left. We've got Ohio State looking to get a few additional kills on the board. Maybe stop that flag being capped to save the scoreboard a little bit. But at the end of the day, that's all she wrote here. And you're going to have Fisher Falcons moving on into the grand finals?
I believe the winners finals. Yeah,
winners
I believe
semi,
so.
Yeah, winners finals.
Yep. I hate that form of, we call it disrespect in the Halo community, okay? You know, you have the teabag, which is one thing. I've gotten 360 teabagged before. It was so weird. This is the first time it ever happened to me. But when someone just stares at you while your dead body's laying there, that's the worst feeling ever. Of course, this is double elimination, so there is a lower bracket, and we'll see if Ohio State can maybe, make a comeback run through there. We'll come back to you on that one, but Fisher moving on. And, I would love to see it. It's beautiful out of them. They're able to kind of come through and clutch it up. And again, Rhett having an incredible game in that series. I want to give a shout out, of course, to Kinetic by Windstream. Is dedicated to and investing in supporting and enabling our communities with fast, reliable speed and internet. And like you said before, if you're a gamer, if you're competitive, you need a good internet. Trust me, I've had some really bad internets in my life. So Windstream is the way to go. Over the last few years, they laid over 150,000 miles of fiber. Gosh, that is beautiful.
Fiber.
Yes, fiber internet, and provide internet speeds up to 1 gig. That is absolutely amazing. So Make sure you check them out. Kinetic by Windstream. And go look it up on Google. It's a quick Google search and find them and see if they're in your area. Thank you guys for watching. That was Winners Bracket round number 3. When we come back, we will get to the next matchup here shortly. I'm active. That's Elamite. We'll be back after a couple minutes.
Okay, they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. So in the previous games we had the players. The root lands and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them. Right? That's so low. Oh my god, that's 5 HP, and it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that, just inside of turret range.
We just like a Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
ace. And the champion for this League of Legends 2v2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again?
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Cat's out. So it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was gonna sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. Like the three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Birthday going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
from behind
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind.
Last player standing.
Run it back, but
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
Okay, they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the action forward from the Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Ooh. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them. Right? That's so low. Oh my god, that's 5 HP, and it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that, just inside of turret range.
We just like a Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
ace. And the champion for this League of Legends 2v2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Birthday going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind.
Last player standing.
Have to run it back, but
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up. The Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult. And there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yep, look at that. Just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
Team
nice.
Ace.
And the champion for this League of Legends 2v2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Duarte going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From
two
behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind. Last player standing. Run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest Sentry Fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post-plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yep, look at that, just inside of turret range.
We just like a Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more ultimate. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
ace. And the champions for this League of Legends GVTO will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. Sure. At least Felicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Fuerte going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind. Last player standing. Have a run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
Welcome back to the Gen G University of Kentucky Campus Takeover Day number 2. My name is Active, and alongside me, I have Elamite, and we've watched a little bit of Halo thus far. We're going to watch another semifinals match coming up here right now. It's going to be Boise State versus Oklahoma City. I'm getting word that the teams are both ready to get this started, so we'll get right into it. Boise State, Kyle, Elamite, that was the team yesterday that had those very close matches versus the University of New Haven. They ended up winning that series yesterday 3-1. But the crazy part is Oklahoma City 3-0'd Miami, who we also watched yesterday. So this could be a really close matchup coming up next.
Oh, absolutely. You know, we're definitely a lot to see from this Oklahoma City roster and what they're able to do. We know Boise State's definitely no pushover of a team that can clutch it up in those tight moments. And I'm sure they learned a lot from their games yesterday. But like you pointed out, that was the series that we first watched that was extremely close. 250-249, 50-49 Slayer game. If Oklahoma City is kind of a step above what we saw out of New Haven yesterday, then this is going to be a really hard match for Boise.
100% agree. The winner of this will face Fisher in the winners finals. Of course, we've got the lower bracket going on as well. And of course, the loser of this will fall to the elimination bracket. We're approaching the top 4 teams here coming up shortly. So very, very excited for that. Of course, the same layout, the same map layout that we had, same series layout we had in the previous match is going to be Stronghold Streets first, Slayer Empyrean, CTF Argyle. If we get to game 4, Oddball on the Streets, and then Slayer Live Fire for game number 5. I'm sorry, it's Oklahoma Christian. I'm sorry, Oklahoma Christian is who we're going to be watching coming up next. But very excited. Boise looked really solid yesterday, like you talked about, and they ended up losing that 250 to 249 Strongholds game, but they won the Slayer game. So able to clutch it up in at least one of those, and that could play a factor. And like you said, maybe they learned a couple things yesterday. So we'll see where that kind of falls. And some new game types here. We were able to watch the Streets, and you said it yourself. I think you said it really well. A lot of people call the Streets a smaller map. I think it's just how aggressive teams play on that map and the power weapons that kind of make it feel a lot smaller than it actually is. We saw some great power up control in the last series, but we'll see how that fares here. Very excited to see Boise State. Maybe they can close this one out 3-1. As convincing as that sounds, the series was very close yesterday, but we didn't get to see too much of Ohio Christian, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, so then the next series, like you said, the winner of this will go on to play Fisher, who we know is no pushover themselves either after that 3-0 win versus Ohio State. So Oklahoma Christian versus Boise. I think that Boise was the team with Mortar on it, True Mortar.
I believe so. Yes, I believe Boise was the mouse and keyboard team. I'm a little confused because they are saying it is Oklahoma Christian. So I guess we had Ohio Christian at some point that we watched. Now we're going to watch Oklahoma Christian. I believe that's what they're telling me. So very interesting. I haven't seen this team just yet. It's going to be interesting. A little bit of a similar name, so very a little bit confusing. But regardless of Boise, like you had mentioned, True Mortar was the mouse and keyboard player that everyone was talking about. I mean, 3 mouse and keyboard players on that team, so I'm a big fan of that, as you all probably know. Mouse and keyboard player myself, and it's all I talk about. I get people telling me you got to stop talking about mouse and keyboard on cast. Just stop it. It's not viable. Leave it alone. It's over. And I'm not giving up. I'm not going to do it. They buffed it once, and we're going to get them to buff it again. I'm sending tons of emails.
From experience, I know some people just will never give up the mouse and keyboard versus controller argument, no matter how long. I got people. I've got people coming to my chat every day asking it, and then I'll be on somebody else's stream, and they go to someone else's stream and ask the exact same question. For whatever reason, all they want to talk about all day long is mouse and keyboard versus controller. So those people definitely do exist.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's me. The crazy thing is like when MCC on PC came out, I was thinking of, trying to think, a stream is my business. So I was trying to think of like my brand, and I'm going to go to mouse and keyboard. I never, for some reason, I completely passed the point where, I'm thinking about the debates. Like I've had, like the debates you're talking about, I've had millions of them. And it's to this point, I'm just like, I'm done. I don't want to talk about this ever again. It happens every day. That debate will never die.
Like, this conversation tracks back to the 90s, man. Like, come on. Like, we get it. We get it. It's done.
Exactly. It just gets so old at this point. I'm sure we've started a debate in the chat right now. Anytime I talk about it, I end up starting a debate. But here we go. Game number 1. Like I said, Oklahoma Christian will be the team that we're seeing right now versus Boise State, who is the mouse and keyboard squad. And like you mentioned, True Mortar, he's a player that I'm going to kind of be looking out for, and hopefully we can watch a little bit of him to start this game off. I really do think one of the more skilled mouse keyboard players I've seen. So very excited to see how he does against this Oklahoma Christian team. And then again, game 1 going to be King of the Hill on the streets. We'll get right into this very, very shortly here. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a real test. A lot of people say normally when you got to figure something out, you take it to the streets here, and that's where we're going to kick it off game number 1 as we take a look at the quick fight over here for Rockets. And this is the True Mortar Asteria Reality team that we saw yesterday that had so much success. And of course, they're going up against some familiar names as well. I Chilled You, somebody that was competing at a high level. Definitely saw him in a lot of the Open Cups. Competing as well. I believe he was teaming with Gunshot and a few other former professionals as well.
School.
So this is definitely no team that you can overlook here.
That's awesome. Yeah, Chilled You is definitely a name that I definitely recognize. Nikolai, I think I recognize as well. You're going to see on your screen True Mortar. That's the ability of mouse and keyboard right there. Honestly, the ability to like move around that pillar that quickly, kind of dip and dodge and finesse your life. One of the more important factors of Halo Infinite, being able to play your life that well. Here we go. True Mortar using that sandbox. Going to go down early there. He's 2-2 to start this game. That's going to be 2 dead for Boise State, and a potential push here coming out of Oklahoma Christian.
Man. And you can see Boise State, they have the Stalker rifle. That was in Reality's hands, but he goes down, and they're losing B capture at the same time. There was a player over towards A to briefly kind of put some progression on that capture, but wisely backs down. He's trying to be as big of a distraction as he can over towards PD as he gets cleaned up. But hopefully that opens up the map a little bit here so that Boise State can push out of C, try to secure this B stronghold. You can see Stalker rifle in the hands of Reality. He got some damage, but look at this spread here from Oklahoma Christian here. They're all over B, multiple different angles, and completely shutting down this push.
Yeah, I really like that red room bait, right? He sat in there for a little while, waited for the push to come through, then poked his head and was able to take that angle. That's huge, but Oklahoma gonna go 2 down momentarily here. All the while, though, getting some points on the board, some much-needed points approaching that 50-second mark. And now with the Rockets in hand of True Mortar, maybe they can make a break happen.
They're doing a good job. I mean, slays are even across the board, but they're just not able to secure any of these strongholds yet. Looks like they're making a play for both of them. So if this works out in their favor, they may be looking at a triple cap, and they'll quickly jump back into this game here. They've got the players, for the most part, all spawning over here towards PD. You have to be careful though, because some players did go down, and the risk of them spawning behind you and C as you kind of push out to help fight and contest these other strongholds can open you up to losing setup.
What a great job there, though, by True Mortar and his teammate that was sitting on B. That was really huge to be able to take those angles. They got 3 dead momentarily for Oklahoma. They're continuing to push the aggression here. And 2 plots on the board means some more points for them approaching that 50-second mark. A big gap being closed here by Boise. And a great job getting these slays.
That drop shield goes down. He gets himself a boom block here out of Benji. Luckily, that drop shield will save their lives and prevent any kind of damage from being taken. It almost opens up the B stronghold here, but great defense comes in from Boise once again. You've got 2 players over entire that both get cleaned up for a double out of Nikolai here. And that is for sure, or that'll surely be the B stronghold once again flipping hands.
Yeah, Boise gets a little bit of a lead, but that lead will go away here shortly with that B control like you talked about. We've got a Stalker, I believe, in the hands of Reality, but he ends up going down. Not sure where that Stalker ended up, but one of the strongest weapons in the game. It's definitely got to be utilized. True Mortar with half shields takes the fight, but Asteria gets that trade, which is going to be vital as Oklahoma take this lead 81-69. And with those Rockets coming up, they've got to make sure there's presence on this middle map.
Yeah, you can see it's all 8 members alive here for both squads as these rockets are getting ready to spawn. So you can see a lot of action is going to take place towards the middle of the map.
Ooh.
Definitely some overcommitment here coming over from Boise State. They're not able to win any of the fights nor secure the rockets, and this one is going to hurt them bad.
Yeah, we're starting to see that. It's called Combat Evolved. You throw a plasma grenade on the rocket spawn, and it shoots up into tires. That way you don't have to overextend yourself and push like you saw True Mortar do right there. And it's going to be Chilled You on your screen, of course. The man who made it happen. He gets the assassination on Asteria as well, pushing in for this double confidently. Nikolai helps him out on that one. That's an assist, and Oklahoma starting to walk away with this one as they try and secure this triple cap.
See the players from Boise State are coming over here towards spawn and PD as that C stronghold once again flipped. This is the first triple cap of the game that we're seeing. This is when points start racking up 2 at a time, and leads or games can quickly get out of hand if you're not able to get a stronghold back and start cutting into some of this progression here. As players start dropping in the kill feed, that is a few kills going over to Boise State. Should open up the map a little bit and kind of prevent some of this pressure. But just as we say that, Benji, he's got himself the Sentinel Beam. He's clearing out C, resetting that stronghold once again, and just constantly keeping Boise State flooding towards these strongholds, trying to stop the bleeding.
What an insane play by Benji. He gets 2 resets C twice. They're up to 223 points right now and counting, 2 points every second. Asteria with a big kill there, but Nikolai gonna drop down bottom center, clean that one up. And now approaching 250 seconds very quickly. There's no answer from Boise, and that's gonna be Oklahoma with a convincing game number 1.
Yeah, 250 to 69 victory here for OC Sports, and what we saw in that game is it was very close and neck. It was almost tied at 70. I'm not sure what the exact score was, but for all intents and purposes, that was basically tied up until that triple cap came in, and then it was all Oklahoma Christian from there on out. You could just see Boise; they just couldn't grab their footing again. This is a team I think that struggles a little bit with these super aggressive teams coming off spawns. They were able to trade out a few additional kills here and there, but it never resulted in any strongholds switching hands.
Yeah, it just comes down to the very end. Like you said, when they got that triple cap, the staggered spawns just become really difficult, right? You don't take care of that player inside of Commando. I believe, I don't exactly remember what his name was, but there's a player in Commando from Oklahoma that was literally with a Sentinel Beam just killing player after player, and they had his back. They had their back to him. They weren't really trying to take him out, and he was just able to move freely and continue to reset that C plot, which then kind of staggered the spawns once again and allowed that triple cap to continue. And you know, keeping a triple cap for longer than like 2 seconds is rough as it is, and they were able to hold that the entire time. Game 1 goes to Oklahoma Christian, and heading into game number 2, we've got, of course, Empyrean Slayer, the Pit remake from Halo 3, and we've seen a little bit of this before. Not so much in terms of spawn slaying, though. We talked about how important it was to control the power weapons on the map and push those spawns and be aggressive. We didn't see too much of that in that last series. Players kind of playing passively in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, you got to find the way to best break out of a triple cap stronghold. A lot of times that might mean that you're not jumping in the hill immediately. You need to, in a lot of these cases, and I've talked about it in some of the past series, is sometimes you just got to get all of your team alive. Like if you're in a scenario where it just feels like it's a 2v4 the whole game, sometimes it is, right? Like 2 of you are dead, 4 members collapsing on your teammates, and then you just start the cycle all over again. So a lot of times it might result in teams needing to give up a few extra 20, 30 seconds even sometimes to get all of their teammates alive and make sure they're working together, kind of break some of those stronghold caps.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to work together on this next match, this next map. I'm sorry. It's going to take a lot from Boise. I would like to see them win. A little bit of a bias here in terms of Boise, just due to the fact that they're on M&K. Obviously, you know, they like you said, at the beginning of that Strongholds game, it was pretty much tied up. They kept it very close. Just a couple of misplays and maybe a little bit of miscommunication there that allowed that triple cap to kind of take over. And a little bit of the same could potentially happen on Slayer Empyrean if they let things get out of hand. We'll have to see coming up next. I'm really impressed though at the gameplay. You know, Asteria, we watched a little bit of, and True Mortar very solid on that M&K, and of course with the changes. One of the biggest things for me, a little salty with the changes, and you know, I was involved in some of the changes. I'm in a Discord group for specifically mouse and keyboard, and we kind of just give our feedback and stuff. It's NDA, so I can't talk much about it. But at the same time, when they made that change, all 3,000 hours of my gameplay were completely diminished, as everyone now can shoot the same at the same level as me. So all that work I put into tracking, it just makes mouse and keyboard more viable. I think one of the things that held it back was just the amount of time you needed to be able to track effectively like that. No other game has such a high time to kill where you have to continue to track. So props to these players for being able to be that skilled. And here we go. Game number 2. This is, of course, the winners semis. We'll get into the winners finals coming up next, but Fisher waiting in the winners finals, and whoever wins this obviously will match up against them. Next up, in Oklahoma Christian looking really solid in that game number 1. Can they continue as the SSG Spartan jumps off the map with the OS? I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm such a child sometimes. That makes me laugh every time. It's hilarious. But here we go, guys. This is going to be a big matchup for Boise. We know what they're capable of with the 2 snipers on the map, Elamite. I think maybe the mouse and keyboard players on Boise have a chance.
Oh, absolutely. By no means is this map over. We talked a lot about the setup, how some of these pits kind of play out, the importance of being aggressive and taking the fight to the enemy team's base. It's got tons of power weapons and power ups on this and equipment on this map that you definitely need to be using. The sword control is something that you've seen very imperative in a lot of these different games as well.
Agreed.
If one team's able to grab both sniper rifles, even if it's a defensive type situation, you can see them kind of extend the game, really use that to kind of pick players apart. But from what we saw in game 1, they were able to keep some of the slates close, but this is going to be a tall ask for Boise State. I think for a lot of these mouse and keyboard players, they are good at working together. They're good at rotating around the map and fighting. But I would say, like, overall, the controller players are generally the more aggressive teams. Slightly easier to shoot, maintain those both cross map and kind of up close 4-shot engagements. With Chill Jew and some of these other guys being on the team that have a lot of HCS and like kind of high level scrim experience, especially on the new map like the Pit. I definitely think it's going to benefit them a little bit more here. So this is going to be a tall ask for Boise State.
I agree. I mean, as much as I love the 3 M&K players on Boise, I have always said, and I've said this since Halo Infinite came out, I truly think that at a high level, and maybe one day I'll get this, or maybe one day I'm an idiot and completely wrong, I always thought that one mouse and keyboard player on a squad playing that anchor role, like for instance, like now a snakebite role, on FaZe, he's playing this new role of, he even said it himself, he's playing that back player, staying back, kind of putting those shots in and kind of being in that back line. I think that's where a mouse keyboard player is strong, and you're absolutely right. Up close, it is very difficult, and especially with the high level of some of these players on this Oklahoma Christian side. So we'll definitely see. Did have a little bit of an issue there. We'll get back into the game very, very shortly. I want to talk to you a little bit about, maybe you have, a little bit of knowledge on this. Back in our day, in Sword on Halo 3, Sword was maybe good for like a sniper player to kind of get control, and then you essentially push top tower off that, or essentially spawn trap them on courtyard. Sword seems so much stronger now with the repulsor, with the OS, having that drop down, being able to drop off and go to the lower level of runway. Like, what do you think of Sword? Is it too strong, or is it just strong enough that and that's why a lot of teams are kind of favoring that side?
I mean, it's definitely much stronger than anything that we had in the past. Back in the Halo 3, that area of the map would be somewhere that people love to go because you can stay alive really easily and get good shots and fun to snipe from. But in a lot of scenarios, you're not quite helping out your team as much as you should. Green and long haul, so the opposite side of the map, was definitely where you wanted to put a lot of your presence, especially in the flag game types, coming down to how quick the flag runs could be, spawning the enemy team in the courtyard area side of the map and forcing them into Sword. Once you're in Sword, there's only a couple plays or ways to come out of Sword. And in the older days, there wasn't any power weapons there. So now within Sword Bridge alone, you have Repulsor, Under Bridge, You've got the frag nades that spawn on both sides of the sword cuts or the sword ramps leading into sword. You have heat wave in sword. You have an ability to drop down and contest OS from up top or in sword as well. So it's definitely completely changed. Sword is absolutely a power position.
Love that.
The new pit.
Yeah, I love that. It's very, very well said too. I didn't really, you know, the heat wave being there, of course, the repulse in the OS, that is a lot of utility that we didn't have before. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 once again, guys. Thank you for your patience here. And again, want to say that if you're in the Lexington area, guys, you can still meet the event. These guys are all playing on LAN. Go to campustakeover.gg, and here we go. Valid with the 2 kills. A little bit quiet at the start here. Great choice by the Observer, though. He's got the rockets. He gets 3. That's a big start and a 3-1 lead so far for Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah, 3-0 lead. He had the rockets, and now those are out of play. He grabbed the 3 frags himself, including getting new sniper rifle and escaping. Also means overshield goes into their hands, most likely where they've got repulsor. And you've got Boise State just trying to start pushing out and testing players where they can. 5-2 lead, though, so you got OC. They've definitely got to be feeling good about this opening here. They're able to get a few more kills. We see Nikolai picks up one himself, make that 2. This is going to open up the map and allow them to push once again. If they're able to get into the courtyard, maybe set up S2 with the sniper rifle, that is going to be a tough break here for Boise.
100% correct. That top sniper is the biggest control, but great job by Vagar, I think his name is, getting that big kill right there. That's what we call a pivotal kill. The sniper being dropped here. Vagar, he's got to be confident with that, right? There it is. He hits the shot. The first shot that he shoots, he does make it happen, but he's getting flanked on the sword side, so that's going to be, once again, the sniper changing hands, going to OC in the hands of Chilled U. 3 assists on the board for him, only 1 death.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. They were somehow able to stop the aggression here from OC Esports. They were managed to get both sniper rifles in their control, but they wasted the ammo in one and lost control of the other in sword while trying to kind of overhelp his teammates here. So they got themselves out of a tough spot, but not really able to get too much out of it.
Elamon, I got to talk about Chilled U's stat line. I love it. I mean, 2 kills, 5 assists, only died 1 time. He's being a part of so many fights here. Almost as many assists as the entirety of Boise on his own. Great push here by Chilled U. Unfortunately, True Mortar, I believe that was Vagar, is going to nade his teammate. So 3 down for Boise. This is really bad because reality, being in the flag, is going to force the spawns on the Mauler, and this is control of the top tower, which is scary.
Yeah, you can see the game's still relatively close, but what we saw in that last game, I think it was a scenario like this where it was almost tied, and then you fast forward 2 minutes and it doesn't look all that bad, but somehow they find themselves down by 9 and 10 kills, and I think that's exactly what we're looking at here once again. 3 dead for Boise State for a moment here. You've got all 4 members of Oklahoma Christian, but as 2 go down, we're in the enemy team's base. As long as they're able to kind of set up, maintain control of the courtyard over here, which it looks like Boise State, they just don't know that there's still players inside their base behind them. And that is going to be a huge distraction with Rockets OS up already, with snipers spawning just now. This battle or this engagement alone is going to determine whether or not we see OC really start pulling ahead here, or if Boise's going to be able to bring this one back and start making this an interesting game.
Yeah, honestly, that was really scary right there. Nikolai jumped off of that courtyard and snipe side. He started moving towards flag, which opened up the spawns for Boise, but Boise not aware of it. Regardless, still up by 10 kills is OC Esports, and make that 11. They've got tower control. I like the slow pace of Valid here, though. He's got sniper in his hands, but he wants to make sure he lives. He's getting pelted, though, down to no shields. They've got to clean him up. Reality looking for him. He gets to clean up right there. That's going to be 2 dead for OC, and a chance for Boise to push out of their spawn.
Yeah, this is great from Boise here. By no means is this out. We've talked about just how quickly a 10-kill lead can be evaporated on this game type if you get control of some of the power weapons and take the fight to the enemy team's base here. Cleaning out or clearing out sword is such a difficult task here. When a player gets Heatwave and Repulsor in here, they become a one-man army. And you can just see how much trouble that Boise State's having just pushing into their own side of sword.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just consistently took damage over and over and over again. But regardless of that, they do get the kills necessary. Still a 10-kill game after all of that, but they just, like you said, they just couldn't push into Sword. Each one of them took a heat wave shot, brought them down to half shields. They had to back off. And still Chilled You inside of that Sword. He's been there all game long, continuing to show his presence. And Boise, maybe you need to change up the plan here, potentially push on that long haul side, get a little bit of a flank going on, because that side is not being watched at all by OC Esports.
Yeah, you can see it's OC Sports heavily contesting Sword. They've got 2 players inside alone, 1 on training. They're setting up for this next overshield. Well, will we see Boise State be able to get these rockets? That's what they really need. If this engagement towards OS could be 1 here for Boise, that would be huge. But True Mortar, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah.
That OS, no repulsor in hand, has no option but to just end up falling there. Good news for Boise is that that heat wave is still on respawn. It's not coming up 10-15 seconds after it ran out of ammo. It is a full minute. But the bad news is most of those heat wave shots were used, and they ended up going to the faces of Boise State here and able to grab a lot of those kills. So new heat wave once again going over to OC right as that spawns. Players for Boise coming up spawn over towards Courtyard, just getting instantly collapsed on.
Chilled You is really impressing me. 8 kills, 11 assists, and still only 1 death. Controlling the Sword the entirety of the game. Continuing to just put pressure on with that heat wave like you talked about. And Boise not really able to find an opening. True Mortar gets to their side of the base, maybe trying to get that sniper to create some pressure, maybe create some openings. But he's not able to do that, and he goes down. They realize the push. Here comes the heat wave once again, and man, they just can't kill Chilled You. He's just taking over this side.
Yeah, Sword, Repulsor, and Sword is just such a difficult break for these teams here, and you can just tell how much they're struggling. They don't really have a game plan in order to try to push and clear that out. I mean, the best thing they probably could have done is just all overextended out of long haul and get out of there, which is what we see them doing now. But like, how late in the game is that? Right now, 41-23. You know, now you finally kind of figure out what you need to do to break the setup to get out of the spawn killing. But is it too little, too late at that point? This is. I think we saw one quickly in the beginning of the game. We saw True Mortar a moment ago get taken out S1, and then we saw that push long haul. There's only been 3 different times in this game so far that anyone from Boise State has even touched Oklahoma Christian's side of the map here, and that is why we're seeing such a blowout of the game.
That's a really good point. Yeah, 2 or 3 times is all we saw, and now once again, we're spending time on Boise State's side of the map with the sniper in the hands of Benji, being aggressive as can be. With that OS coming up, this could be another one for OC Esports, and honestly, if they get this OS, it's all but over right now, but this OS will close the deal. 46-25, make that 47-25. A steak dinner is on the menu. What kind of steak you like, Elamite?
Oh, medium rare, of course.
Ooh,
medium rare
smart man.
Plus is something I do sometimes as well. I learned that plus is a thing at some places as well. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Learned something new.
Yeah, that's solid. Yeah, this one is over.
Yes, sir.
Definitely not much you can do in this scenario. They've got rockets. They don't even need to use them to pick up a lot of these kills here. As you can see, Chilled You, definitely an incredible stat line. 13 kills, 12 assists, 2 deaths, 50% kill participation on the squad with a plus 11 stat line. You know, overall, just, you know, his kill participation almost fits the entirety of Boise State's kills altogether.
Right, that it's just crazy. I love seeing that stat line when you have the all those assists and you're able to get those kills, but also not dying as well. Great stats out of Chilled You, and of course, you said competing at the very, very highest level there. And you know, of course, game number 2. Looking like Boise is having a rough time here. Oklahoma Christian is looking to close this out on game number 3. We've got CTF Argyle coming up next. This is a hard one to ask, Elamite, so I apologize in advance. But what do you do at this point? Like, what kind of talk are you having if you're Boise? Like, what kind of strategies are you maybe coming up with? Is there anything you can do if you're that team?
Well, I mean, like, the one benefit is a lot of these teams have a lot of experience. Chilled You, like we said, it's been competing at a really high level and during ACS. With this being a new map, it could still be anybody's game. You know, I would definitely be kind of maybe pushing that over towards the teammates, like trying to get everyone's confidence back in the game.
It's a blow to the mental. Yeah, it's a blow to the mental.
Down 0-2, especially with such blowout games that we've seen as far as these first two. The good news is, like we said, though, they don't have as much experience. This is a map that's very hard to get flag caps on in general. So if they're able to just, work together and grab 1 or 2 caps, whether or not it's very scrappy or executed perfectly, that's all you need to win a lot of these Argyles.
Yeah, some people have, like you said, some people have that clutch factor when they're on the main stage. Some people have that switch that can be flipped. I mean, you're one of them. We watched you back in the day. That flip, you can flip that switch at any moment and just completely pop off in a game and legitimately do everything to carry. And if one player does that on the side of Boise, then the rest of the team kind of will come around him and potentially. I like to think, like I said, I like the underdog story. I like to think positively, and that's exactly what I'd be doing if I was there. It's not over. I mean, it's a best of 5 for a reason. Reverse sweeps happen for a reason. If it looks really grim right now, especially with the score lines we've had, but definitely people have those switches that they can flip at any moment. So we'll see. CTF Argyle, like you said, being a new map, we'll see if maybe those camo runs come into effect. I think camo control is the big one, right? And being, like you said, being scrappy is definitely a factor, especially with all the slays that need to happen. You can scrap that flag through bottom mid, get a little scrappy run, get 1 or 2 slays that open up that lane and run it in, and you don't necessarily need to outslay. So it looks like we'll be getting to this next one very, very shortly. I've loved the games that we've seen thus far. It's gonna be an interesting one because with Oklahoma Christian doing this well, and if they do end up closing this out, they're gonna have to face Fisher in that winners finals. They're gonna have a little bit of a tough time. Fisher is a great squad as well. That's gonna be a very good matchup coming up later on after this match. But CTF Argyle, game number 3, of course. Oklahoma Christian right now is up 2-0 and looking to close it out. Can they do it is the question. Hopping on board with Valid. He's had a really solid series thus far. It seems like the player that kind of is there to kind of be that backline and support a little bit, where Chilled U also plays that same type of role. And right off the bat, Chilled U starting off the game just like he did the previous 2-0, and he's going to be pulling this first flag.
Yeah, definitely a rough start from Boise here. Considering the position they find themselves in, this one is going to be a big blow to morale. I think camo flag runs are going to be their best friend this game, but there's not that many camo opportunities that you actually get to try to run flags. As Chilled U moves this one across the map, maybe looking at securing the first flag capture within the first minute of the game. There's a few members here from Boise State that are looking to say something about it, but I'm not entirely sure they're going to be able to stop anything here as 2 go down. Everyone from Oklahoma Christian coming back to make sure that capture goes in, and a quick 1-0 early lead.
Yeah, that was 4 dead momentarily, and now a little bit of a stagger spawn for both. They should be safe. Nikolai is in position to push this stagger forward. You see Reality spawning isolated on that back side. True Mortar's going to go down to the beautiful pistol shots of Nikolai, and Reality's going to get a kill as well. Before going down, Hysteria is the last player alive, and taking control of this grapple side is extremely strong, but he's going to opt to get this slay, and then they're going to move it through snipe.
Yeah, you can see True Mortar nowhere to go over towards his sniper respawn, but there's 3 members in a quick run with a flag grapple involved too, just to make it that much quicker here. 2 flag caps in 2 minutes.
Wow.
We talked about how hard it is to get flag caps on this map at certain times, but Oklahoma Christian may have figured out the secret here as they are just running through this Argyle.
Yes, the secret is to slay, 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 and that's exactly what they're doing. We might see our first 5-cap game ever on CTF Argyle, and it might happen right here. History is about to be made. Camo at the top center of the map. The pistol shots from Nikolai come out. Reality's gonna fall. And Benji with this sniper is gonna try and stop the camo from happening. Great snipe onto him. Reading the second player in True Mortar. Taking a second to line it up, but he does, and True Mortar goes down as well.
Great snipes by Benji actually there. And not only that, but this is Boise State sniper rifle, not their own sniper rifle that he's using here to pick up all these kills. You can see Boise State, they're even scared to really challenge this. They've got players top middle here from Oklahoma Christian, just raining down shots to anyone trying to push back into their flag to clear out their base. They're not able to get any weapons here. They're just essentially stuck on their elbow, and with Benji hitting shots like that, there's really nothing that you can do.
Benji continuing to try to hit those shots as the flag's moving. I believe they get it halfway through. Benji trying to continue this. It's going to be up to Chilled You to play a little bit of defense here. He's getting pelted a little bit, but got to get through one player, and that's True Mortar. True Mortar always in a position to potentially stop these flag runs. The problem is he's by himself. He's not able to do too much. That's 3 dead once again for Boise State. It's up to Hysteria to get this return.
Yeah, but he quickly gets spotted out down by Frags and Needlers down here. Bottom middle will quickly get cleaned up, and that third flag moving very quickly across the map. Now, the good news is that this cap took 2 minutes instead of 1 minute here to get for Oklahoma Christian. So, you know, things are starting to turn around. Within a few more minutes, we may be seeing a cap actually go in Boise State's favor. But 3 caps alone already here. This is such a tough spot to be in. Vogger can't win his BR fight, gets taken out. 4 kills coming on the board here for Asteria. He's the one leading his pack. Then you've got Chilled You on the other side, 10 and 3. Benji at 10 and 3 as well. These two just main slaying out this Boise State roster.
On the Boise State side, I see the kill column 343. I think it's a curse. Run away. I'm kidding. I'm on board with True Mortar with the snipe in hand. 3-0. This is the highest scoring CTF Argyle game I've seen in a while, and honestly, it's really tough, especially with Benji now. With this camo in hand, it's just going to be very difficult to just, you know, for Boise to make anything happen. The camo is kind of their answer to at least put one on the board. Look at Benji taking care of the spawns on snipe side. Reality's not ready for it. They push aggressively. That's going to be 2 dead. Vagard tries to stay alive, but he's going to be pinched and killed as well. I like the ability to try and put damage in there, but just being completely overwhelmed, staggered, and isolated is this Boise State roster.
Yeah, you can see they're moving that flag. 2 members go down once again. There are some people in position to try to contest, but the teamwork and just too many numbers here from Oklahoma Christian. If they get this flag around the corner, they do get it around the corner, but he does get taken out indeed. Flag is down. I like this play out of Valid. Does what he can to try to stay alive and be a distraction, but the push is coming in from Boise State. 3 down for OC right now. This is the best position they found themselves in all game. They should be able to secure this return, but they need to make sure they turn this position, can turn this control into a flag cap of their own.
That's the thing too, right? They're not really too quick on getting this control, and the patience out of Valid and Chilled You, you know, waiting for their teammates to spawn. Finally, they get a couple slays here. This could be the opening. True Mortar has to stay alive, and he does just that. We're starting to see a little bit of team shot here coming out of Boise, but Nikolai once again turns the tables. He gets 2, and that's 3 dead. True Mortar has a snipe in hand, though. Can he make a difference with this one? No. He goes down after 1 kill, and that's the snipe in the hands of OC Sports once again. Boise just can't find an answer.
And True Mortar did grab himself 1 kill, connect with a body shot on another player, but all 3 members of his team had already fallen before that happened. He did grab the enemy team's or Oklahoma Christian sniper there, so was able to use some shots, but didn't get to throw that sniper rifle off the map, so it finds itself in the hands of Nikolai. But Nikolai, at the same time, not able to connect with those. So now we have Sniper back over here to Boise State, looking to see what kind of setups they can get here. They need to make sure they heavily outslay for the rest of the game here. 5 minutes left on the clock here, but still yet to even get a flag.
A very aggressive play there by Hysteria. I would love to see a little more pings here with these players being on mouse and keyboard. Pinging is so very easy to do, and it just gives so much information. You know, communication is key, of course, but sometimes having that ping as well can really help. Now, once again, in the back of their base is Boise, feeling the pressure here. Valid's going to pull a flag a little bit early, and, you know, there's still 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. If they make mistakes like that, I mean, potentially Boise can take advantage of it, but it's, as I say that these individual fights just going in the hands of OC over and over and over again.
Yeah, Chilled You and Benji just doing an amazing job slaying out Nikolai. He himself has got 18 on the board as well. Valid definitely trying to grab the flag a little bit early there. I think they're showing they're starting to look forward to closing out this series and moving on into the finals here. So we'll see what they're able to do, if they're able to get 5 fly caps on the board, or if they're just gonna kind of slay out, play the rest of the time. New snipes and camo are up right now. If you want to see Boise mount a comeback, they're gonna need to get both of these things.
Reality with a snipe, misses one. See if he can go for another one. Asteria gets that camo this time. No, he doesn't. He ends up falling down and losing it as well. I believe it was burned. Great snipe there by Reality. Does that open things up though? He's got to do it many more times. And look at the confidence of Nikolai jumping down bottom center to challenge Reality. And that's the confidence that has gotten them these slays in this game, honestly. That's one of the reasons that they're winning, is just their individual talent and having that confidence to continue challenging and be aggressive.
Yeah, some nice sniping engagements going on here between these two teams. Oh, but Reality with the no-scope on Chillju. They've sniped Chillju a few times. Another one onto True Mortar. Finally not able to connect onto that one, and they will go ahead and clean up that sniper rifle player. 3 minutes left, though, and you can just see that how accurate some of these teams are with that sniper rifle, especially considering some of the buffs that the sniper just got in this latest patch. Those sniper no-scopes are more accurate than ever before.
69 kills on the side of OC. Incredibly outslaying Boise at this point in time. It'll be a miracle. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left for them to come back. Something's got to fundamentally change there. Teamwork, you know, it starts to shine in moments from what we've seen in this game, but they're not able to consistently keep it. And the minute that aggression happens, and we've seen this before watching previous teams, the minute the aggression happens, the teamwork kind of falls to the wayside. It's almost like that pressure is too much to handle, and there's the pressure once again. 3 down, make that 4 for Boise State. The 4th flag is being run across the map. Asteria gets a crazy spawn on the shotgun side of the map, but he's going to be taken out quickly. And this is what we talked about, right? Having a reslay over and over and over again to get this flagpole going.
Yeah, Asteria, definitely a solid spawn, you know, one that you maybe can be in position to try to contest or slow down that flag capture, but at the end of the day, no reinforcements coming in here from Boise State. Too many members of Oklahoma Christian in the vicinity to just shut that down very quickly, and just keeps them in a tough spot here. Minute 30 left on the clock. The point of no return we are reaching here with 4 flag caps, more than we see in a normal game, and with only a minute left to try to kind of answer back there. That is a tall ask.
Yeah, it'll be tough. And I'm sure Oklahoma Christian looking forward towards their match with Fisher, of course. Looking to close this one out in style. Again, another camo in the hands of Chillju. And again, I talk about this. It's very important to keep control of this camo. I think they've had pretty much every single one. Now, Boise did go for a few, but they weren't really able to keep them or utilize them. With a minute remaining, it's pretty much all she wrote.
Oh, what a shot.
Great shot by Chillju. Benji as well, 22, 11, and 8. Only 8 deaths in this game. Chillju, a little bit of the same. Nikolai with 26 kills. The kills is crazy at this point, and is unfortunate. Honestly, I think, you know, you talked about it, you know, the aggression in this Oklahoma Christian squad, really tough to deal with when you get in those up-close battles on M&K. It's tough to win those fights. But on a map like this, I would have thought that maybe that mouse and keyboard, the stick, I would have thought that maybe that mouse keyboard would have come to play a little bit, but individual skill just way too strong on this OC Esports squad.
The flag's moving, but the good news is I don't think there's enough time to actually secure this cap. Chillju just too icy this game. Some of those sticks coming in, just throwing a grenade, sticking people as they're pushing. The no-scopes were on point, and Oklahoma Christian making quick work of Boise State here as they continue their run in the winner's bracket.
Oklahoma Christian 3-0 versus Boise. They will move on to play Fisher, and a great series. That's gonna be a good one coming up next. I gotta see, you know, both these teams looked really solid in their series, and so I'm excited to see how that turns out. Of course, we've got to talk about our partners, right? Without them, we can't do this type of stuff. So we've got to mention them. Of course, we've got Uconnect UPS Jobs. We've got UK Federal Credit Union. They're actually at the Esports Lounge right now. If you're in Lexington, you can still go. There's still time. Valorant's coming up next. If you're a Valorant fan, it's gonna be around at 3 Eastern or so you can potentially make it there for that, depending on how far away you are. But again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to Gen G for hosting this event. This is a campus takeover. They've got panels there too. So if you're in Lexington, go to those panels. Like, that's where you learn a lot. You're getting pretty much some free information from some masters in their field. So take advantage of that, especially if you're a young kid. Get that knowledge in early. My name's Active. This is Yelamite. We will be back in a short while with some more matches for Halo.
Okay, they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that, just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay. Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
nice.
ace.
And the champions for this League of Legends GV2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's going to be Dimension with the cosmic divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was gonna sure. At least Felicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Duarte going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From
two
behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind. Last player standing. Run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest Sentry Fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Ooh. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Oh my god, it's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yep, look at that. Just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more ultimate. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
ace. And the champion for this League of Legends GV2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. Like the three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Square going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind.
Last player
Able to
standing.
have her run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post clans, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the flashing forward
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games we had the players. The root lands and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Ooh. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult. And there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that. Just inside of turret range.
We just like a Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more ultimate. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
team
ace. And the champion for this League of Legends GVTO will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Cat's out. So it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was gonna sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. Like the three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Birthday going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
from behind
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind.
Last player standing.
Have a run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. So in the previous games we had the players. The root lands and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult. And there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low.
Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that. Just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit more healed. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
Team
Ace. And the champion for this League of Legends GVTO will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake.
I thought you
Sure. At least Felicity is able to follow up with it. Like the three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Birthday going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, plays left
From
two
behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind. Last player standing. Run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
Okay, they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Whoa. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult, and there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Morgana's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that, just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit low. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
Team
Ace. And the champion for this League of Legends GV2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought maybe sure. At least Felicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Duarte going nuts. Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From
two
behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind. Last player standing. Run it back, but whoa.
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. Thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest Sentry Fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage Mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post plant, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
Okay, they're standing there. They're showing some emotes. I guess we're gonna be happy. Spinning.
Oh, these are so precious. Oh, they're feeding the Poro.
Oh, that's what matters.
Yeah, that was the second game.
We're switching up the Ari.
Got any of that was under the tower.
Yeah, definitely some good retaliation are still coming out. That empowered Q from Karma, and the root is gonna hit. First one is actually gonna go over to Zyra, and that will be an ace. Clear the wave. Probably. So in the previous games, we had the players. The root lands, and the ultimate's gonna come out, and that will be first blood.
Boom. Now they do have 32 minions. Still quite far. Look at that wall again.
Okay, the root
it's the
again,
wall.
and
That's the ult. And there we go. Second kill coming in from Mizu.
Also, really unfortunate here is that they almost got both of them, right? That's so low. Oh my god, that's 5 HP. And it was repeated yet again.
Yeah, but look at that. Just inside of turret range.
We just like got Seraphim ultimate immediately. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, the Lux actually is a little bit low. They are gonna stun.
Oh no!
There's a lot of damage, but the first blood is gonna go towards the Orianna, and now that she is charmed, and the Dark Binding is a little bit wide, it will be
that is
Team
Ace. And the champion for this League of Legends GV2 will be SNG.
And they're doing their ritual again.
That's gonna be Dimension with the Cosmic Divide. Oh no, but Kaz. Oh, so it's 4v4 for the retake. I thought he was sure. At least Melicity is able to follow up with it. The three players, 14 blocks walking on the outside. Where are they going nuts? Coming out victorious in that engagement. And like that, Blaze left
From behind?
players.
Okay, so Nikki was able to get that pick from behind.
Last player standing.
Run it back, but
Oh my gosh, thank you for our amazing team. Like, I love our Jet. She's by far the best Jet I've ever seen in the world. So thank you to our Phoenix. She is the craziest entry fragger ever. Thank you to our Killjoy and Sage mix. Thank you for being the best Sentinel ever. We honestly have such a strong team. Thank you for Sova for being like the best lineup person, post clans, amazing. Like, I love Team Blossom. Like, we've come so far. So thank you so much for having us here and having us compete in this tournament.
Okay, they're
Welcome back to the Gen G University of Kentucky campus takeover. My name is Active. Alongside me, we've got Elamite, and a lot of Halo action has been casted today, but now we've come to the end. Well, almost the end. The winners finals. We've got Oklahoma Christian versus the Fisher Falcons. Both teams we've seen pretty much dominate their series here today. Very interesting series ahead of us here, Elamite. I'm very excited to see, both these teams played really well in both their series. It was exciting to see the Titans face off.
Sorry, yeah, both of these teams are coming off of 3-0 victories here into this winners bracket final. So these are two of the teams that have distinguished themselves as the top of the pack here as we head into the winners finals. No matter what happens in this series, these teams will get another chance to come back and fight their way for a chance to be tournament champions here as well. We've seen great things from both of these squads. This is definitely going to be, one of the most exciting matchups that we've had up to this point so far. I'm really excited to see, once we get to this level of play, how these teams are going to be able to manage the different situations, be able to close out different games here, and secure some of these different flag runs and things that we've talked about up to this point.
Yeah, so a very interesting thing is in the winners finals here, we are actually going to a best of 7. So instead of a best of 5 like we've gone through the past couple of days, it is going to be a best of 7 today. And I'll go through some of the maps and game types with you right now. It's going to be King of the Hill on Live Fire, Slayer Empyrean. We've seen that for game number 2 recently. Oddball Recharge, Strongholds Live Fire for game number 4, Slayer Streets, King of the Hill Recharge. So we're seeing King of the Hill twice there. And then Slayer Aquarius for game number 7, which is one of my favorites. So very interesting to see that one kind of close it out here today. Now, one of the things I want to point out, and a player I kind of want to focus on, is going to be from the Oklahoma Christian squad. It's going to be Chilled You. He definitely performed, I think, some of the best Halo we've seen in the past 2 days. Is definitely one of the better players on that stage right now. These guys are actually playing on LAN in Lexington. If you'd like to go check that out and you're in the area, make sure you go to campustakeover.gg and register. They've got panels, etc. But what do you think about Chilled You? I think he's performed really well. I mean, I know you said that he played at a high level in HCS. Do you think, his skill level will kind of be matched here by Fisher?
He's definitely a phenomenal player, somebody that we've seen, start building a name for themselves as they're breaking into the HCS scene and competitive Halo in general. We saw what he was already able to do in the series that we just watched. He probably has the best KDA out of any player that we've seen so far this tournament, especially considering just how few deaths he was able to maintain throughout all of those games. With this going to a best of 7, I'd be very surprised if we see a 4-0 here. This is because we saw both these teams 3-0 in their previous one, now matching up against each other. I think this will be one of the best series of the day.
Yeah, and that's what we kind of want, obviously, as casters. We want it to go the distance. At least I do. I think seeing great Halo at a high level is always very entertaining for me. So King of the Hill Live Fire, of course, going to be one of those maps where you've got that initial hill on that B side, on that green side, I guess you could call it. But then you've got the OS to kind of play for as well. Of course, the OS is going to be delayed. Well, what do you prioritize right at the beginning of a match? Obviously, it's all situational. Obviously, that's pretty much the name of Halo, is situational. But as a team, maybe that goes a couple down right off the bat. Do you play for that OS knowing that, control of the hill will be had? Or do you split resources? What kind of play do you make, essentially, giving you the scenario that 2 of your teammates are down right early? Do you go for OS or that hill?
It's all going to be, I think, situational for the most part of what to do off the start. Obviously, teams have beginning strats or something they're comfortable with, whether or not they want to play for a heat wave, try to immediately contest sniper. That overshield comes up 30 seconds after the start of the game for the first one. So you will see teams generally want to contest that. Overshield can get melted very quickly, though. So you have to make a quick heads-up decision. Do we want to just sacrifice that overshield, let them have it, in an effort to maybe secure 10-20% of the hill, and then just try to melt the OS, whether or not you grab plasma pistol, use those spike grenades that spawn back B in your favor here, or do you kind of sacrifice any hill time, even let them go for it if they want it, and just play OS side? If you elect to play overshield and don't get the hill, and end up dying with it without breaking it, then obviously you've done yourself a big disservice, and you're probably going to be in a tough spot. Those hills can get captured very quickly. The other benefit of the hill and that overshield coming up is if you know the enemy team does have the hill, you know at the worst case scenario, you've got a 3v4 on this OS fight. So if you're able to wipe the team, quickly grab OS and collapse, you can get full setup and control. At the highest level, you do see teams that are very effective at 100-0ing the hill. So, you know, it only takes one break sometimes in order to secure yourself a capture. So this will be a true test to determine how these teams decide they want to play this beginning scenario.
Yeah, in my matchmaking games at least, and I wouldn't really call that a high level, but in my matchmaking games at least, there's definitely that trade-off, right? Do you want to give up hill time when that OS is coming up, or do you want to maybe send, half your resources towards OS and half in the hill? Again, Halo is a very situational game. Questions like this come up for me all the time. Hey, do I grab flag and push the enemy base aggressively? Like, there's so many situational things that, a lot of players will ask these very specific answers, and there's just no answer to it unless you see the play, unless you kind of draw out the play, and then you're able to make a decision. And that's what makes some of these high-level players really good, is just the ability in the moment to make the exact decision you have to make for everything that's happening in the map, whether it be one of your teammates going down and what the numbers look like, whether it's a 4v4 or whether you have the number advantage and you can be aggressive, depending on what power weapons are coming up, power-ups, a lot of different factors. And that's something that I really appreciate about Halo. That, and then the dance in the game, it's the reason why it is the one game that I'm most passionate about. But we are looking to get into this game here right now, it looks like. So King of the Hill on live fire. That sniper's going to be up top center. We're going to definitely see who's going to take control of that. That'll be up right at the beginning. A big fight for that kind of happens right at the beginning, right? You get one team that spawns on A side. You see that tower where their Spartan is crouching. That's another spawn to the left of him inside of the mud. That's one of the spawns as well. So it's a big contention for that tower control and potentially that snipe. But then as the hill is on B, players opt to kind of push through to nest sometimes as well, get that plasma pistol and be aggressive that way. Like Elamite had said, it's all about those opening strats. That's what's most important, deciding the opening strat that you're able to make, and whether or not the other team can kind of counter that is going to essentially give you the either whether it gives you the advantage at the beginning of the game or the disadvantage. And right away on your screen, you see Chilled You, the man I wanted to focus on. He's pushing through the pillars, kind of denying that mud push. And of course, one down for each side, and on your screen, you're gonna see Benji. Unfortunately, there is another player on his team. It's a 5v4 at the moment, but we'll see if that affects anything. If you're in the game and you're not supposed to be, it's probably time to get out.
Yeah, somebody needs to call Bruce and tell Bruce that he is in the wrong game, so he will go ahead and drop out. I'm not sure if that's gonna affect anything that's happened up to this point, but based on what we're seeing, it might be just a playthrough here in this scenario. That's almost a quarter of the hill already being capped for Oklahoma City Esports. We knew these guys are going to be a menace here for Fisher to try to deal with, but still back and forth, neck and neck. Overshield goes over in favor of Fisher. That heat wave is also in someone's hands now as we start looking at this B setup. Now you can see Chilled You gets taken out. It's a 3v3 on this hill push, so you need to see Oklahoma Christian really take their time here on this push. Make sure they can kill anyone that's kind of maybe away from hill initially to try to play their numbers advantage to break this setup.
And this is the scenario I generally see, right? Oklahoma Christian got the hill to halfway. They gave up Overshield to the side of Fisher, and now Fisher uses that overshield to essentially get control now of their own and essentially take the lead of this hill. So we'll see if they can continue to hold this. Like you said, some of the top level teams able to 100-0 this hill. It's not the case here, but it really looks like Fisher putting some time on the board. Finally, 3 go down for Oklahoma Christian, and they get the 4th right off the map. That's a mind the gap, but he doesn't want the medal. He wants the kill instead. Fisher looking real solid.
Yeah, and you can see Oklahoma Christian, they elect to just try to set up for this new OS. They know this first hill is basically uncontestable for them, and they want to make sure they don't give up another round of deaths and can try to secure this overshield. But as we say that, active 3 members go down. Chilled You once again, last guy alive, trying to keep them off that overshield, but he'll be cleaned up as well. Clips does get taken out, wasn't able to pop overshield. This is going to be both teams fighting tooth and nail to try to lock this down.
Yeah, Macy's gonna pick it up. He's got another player to deal with behind him there, but there's the Needler. Look how strong that is. That just melted an overshield instantly. You talked about how fast that overshield can be melted, and we saw it right there with the lead of Fisher. With one hill beginning to take this next one, that OS could have made things even worse, but Oklahoma Christian gonna take that OS out immediately. The only problem is now is that Fisher gets the spawns onto tower, so another push is had to be had here, and this break has to be quick because Macy takes his top tower control.
Oh, you can see 3 players pushing across top center, but 2 of them get taken out immediately, make that 3. Last player alive, that is Benji. He does have the sniper. We've seen how dangerous he can be with this weapon, but you need to have reinforcements. You need to have people be able to clean up some of these kills. I like this play, though. He likes to go for the flank. It looks like they weren't privy to that flank coming in here. He's able to connect on any shots. That'd be huge, but he isn't able to get the sniper rifle off the map, which is what he tried to play for at the very end of that life. And once again, 4 dead now for OC Esports, and the second hill going in favor of Fisher.
Yeah, Fisher's outslaying them pretty heavily right now, and it's Macy 10-3 to start this game off. They tried to throw Sniper off the map and get it away from him, but he ended up utilizing that to get a couple more kills here. Rarest gets a kill of his own. It's going to be a 2v2 now. The heat wave going to play a factor out of the hands of Clips. He gets one. Another one pushing him, though. He's got to stay alive with this overshield coming up. This is a very important life from him, especially with Oklahoma Christian spawning on the tower side once again.
Now, Fisher just looks like they're a step ahead of OC Esports this game. It looks like they have their game plan locked in for how they want to play live fire, and they are executing it perfectly. They've had every overshield this game. They've had sniper rifle in their control. Even when they don't, you're not able to see OC put it to any kind of meaningful use here. They overshield just running through players. I think we've seen OC maybe cap half of each hill, but their setups, their breaks, they just haven't been effective enough to really make this game close.
And that's why it's 3-0 right off the bat. Fisher looking extremely strong. We were asking who was going to contest the side of Oklahoma Christian, and right away, Fisher is showing that they can do just that. A killing spree out of the hands of Macy, 15-4, pop it off of this game, and that next hill is going to be on that OS side. And right away, Fisher has control of it as they slay Oklahoma Christian once again.
Yeah, Chilled is pushing out of screens, doing what he can to try to help fight at the hill, but there's 2 players bottom center and 1 in the current hill as well, just raining down fire on these players. 2 go down, no one's in position to clean anything up, and they are just getting overwhelmed by the numbers here at Fisher.
We talked about how there's no way this goes to a 4-0. I did not expect Fisher to be this strong on this map. Like you said, they're a step ahead, and that's exactly what you got to be in Halo. You got to think many steps ahead. It's almost like chess at a high level. Overshield, 10 seconds away. Chilled playing aggressive. He has a teammate behind him, but they're both going to go down. And unfortunately, they didn't read that door push. They do go down because of that, but they get the slays to trade. And honestly, Fisher looks real close to capping this hill. A couple more ticks, and that'll be it. And right off the bat, a 4-0 in the first game of the series. Fisher leading the series 1-0.
That was a wild game active. That might be the fastest King of the Hill game I've ever seen.
Yes.
Matchmaking normally doesn't go like that. Even at a pro level, you see it going to time very frequently. Even for captures at the pro level is fairly unusual. So to see a 4-0 where the hill was contested, keep in mind the game clock freezes when that hill is being contested. So the game is a lot longer than what you might look at when you see a 5-minute start time on that. So they capped every hill super quickly. I mean, obviously, we saw Oklahoma Christian get quite a few, half captures, on some of those strongholds. So obviously, extended the game could be a lot quicker. But nonetheless, that was a fast 4-0 that we're seeing here from Fisher.
Yeah, and like you said, I mean, you said it perfectly. They had a game plan, right, the entire time, and they also had a Macy. Macy, I think it was 17-5 or something like that, had an incredible game. I mean, we've seen him perform in the previous series that we watched as well, but Again, I didn't expect it to be there to be that big of a gap between these two squads. We're talking about, of course, and I hate to be redundant and continue to repeat the same thing. We're talking about an objective game here. Next, we're going to go into Empyrean Slayer, where maybe it could be a different story. I really like Oklahoma Christian on Empyrean Slayer. We saw Chilled U take complete control of that store with that heat wave, Elamite. So we'll maybe see a little bit of that, and it's going to come down to if they're able to hold that. The difference is we're talking about Fisher, who plays extremely aggressive compared to the previous roster that Oklahoma Christian played against in that game.
Yeah, shoot, we know already from watching the tournament that Oklahoma Christian can excel on this game type. We saw what Chilled U was able to do. We talked about how he had probably one of the best KDAs of the tournament so far. Right. If you kind of just, probably less than 10 deaths, or definitely less than 15 over the course of all three of those games. So we know this is a game type they're very strong at. I would assume that Fisher probably even saw these guys play earlier if they weren't already in a match themselves.
Oh, so true.
Maybe familiar with what to expect out of this roster. We'll see how they're able to come and approach it and see if they can't counter them.
I've got to talk about how much I appreciate watching LAN, though. It's just so nice to see all the shots. I haven't gotten to play Halo Infinite on LAN yet, and I'm really sad about that. But it's just so awesome how just everything, the game is made to be played on LAN, and I hope online gets to that point one day as well, so that ranked is not such a horrible experience. But regardless, I still play it every day because I love it. I just want to make that very clear. I love the game. But regardless, LAN looks really good. These guys are actually playing in Lexington, like I said before. So a shout out to them. They're on the main stage right now. I believe they can hear us. I'm not exactly sure, but if they can hear us, the crowd needs to get loud over there. Okay, give these teams some support. This has been an incredible event so far. And of course, we got to thank our partners that make this event possible. Kinetic by Windstorm, U.S. Federal Credit Union, Uconnect, UPS Jobs, and Tax Act. So thank you to them. I want to say that we can give some shout outs to Uconnect. If you're a president of a collegiate club and you want some support, join Uconnect to get access to sponsorship resources, which could be huge for your club. All you got to do is join the Discord at discord.gg/Tiger Nation to get updates. And then as well as updates, if you follow Gen G's Twitter, they're doing a club this summer that you can get involved in as well. So pay attention to that if you're a collegiate president. Here we go. Game number 2. It's going to be Empyrean Slayer. And again, we've talked about this before, but I want to draw the storyline for you guys, okay? Oklahoma Christian, very strong on this map. I believe we saw a stake in the last series on this game. It was a game number 2 as well. Maybe we'll see a little bit of the same. We'll have to find out. But once again, I got to repeat, Oklahoma Christian, they were facing a team not so aggressive. I mean, in Boise, I believe, Fisher is a much more aggressive team. And as you can see right off the bat, they've got the rockets. They're pushing through. It's a 3v3. But Oklahoma Christian going to come out on top of most of the engagements here. All 4 dead for Fisher. That's a huge start.
Yeah, you saw Fisher get the first kill onto Chilled U in green, but from then on out, it was all downhill for them. They lost rockets, they lost engagement at Overshield. You almost saw a clutch BR fight to the likes of Valid, but he was able to clutch it out and win that one as well. Benji, he's got the sniper rifle, and you know exactly how dangerous he can be with this weapon.
Yeah, that was beautiful, and another beautiful shot on Namaski. These are some threading the needle shots here by Benji. We've talked about him so many times with the snipe. He's really starting to show up. Don't poke your head. It's gonna get taken. Taking control of this top tower is huge. Yep. 11.
Wow. And so this is quite an opening start here. If you were worried after game 1 that Fisher was going to run away from the series, you could not have been more mistaken. Like we said, we saw the 50-25 win here from Oklahoma Christian be in the last series, and sure enough, that was no fluke. They know exactly how they want to play Pit. They know exactly how dangerous Benji and Chilled U are in particular with that sniper rifle. They're able to keep control of those weapons throughout the course of this game, maybe looking to tie up the series.
Really cool how people are, messing around with that lift to kind of take different angles. You can kind of even short lift like you used to be able to do on Halo 3 as well. A lot of people learning how to kind of utilize that, because lifting straight up is just an easy headshot for any sniper watching that tower. 13-6 is the score. You started to see a little bit of aggression out of Fisher, but right off the bat, right away, Oklahoma Christian gonna take back control. And as I say that, they go 3 down. The catch occurs, make that 4, is initiated in top tower control for Fisher. They're gonna look to spawn trap.
We saw how dangerous OC is when they get that sniper rifle in control of your sniper tower. Benji hitting all of those different headshots. They built themselves an 11-1 lead off the rip of this game here. But ever since then, it's been all Fisher. We'll see how they're able to get control. And oh my God, he went horizontal with the heat wave shot, catches 2 players with it. And if you're wondering why it says bang shot, the first, I'm not entirely sure the first shot actually killed them. It hits the back wall, it goes through them a second time for additional damage. That was an incredible heat wave play here out of the OC Esports side.
The crazy part, Kyle, is that it was a double bank shot. So it banked off the wall, then banked off the player into the other player. That was, I've never seen anything like that. That was actually insane.
Heat wave shots, yeah.
It was. Snipers are coming up. 2 down for Fisher. A bad time for that, especially, like I said, those snipers going to be a big factor here. You see Chilled U. We've talked about him in the first match. We talked about him overall. His KD very high, but all that doesn't matter until right now. I hate to say that, but everything you do in this event, it all comes down to this series right here. You're in the winners finals. Brett, a big kill on the Valid there. 16-22, and look at that. Nikolai taking control of the sword now. They love to bring that sword in, that heat wave into sword and just take control.
Yeah, you can see Chilled U. He's got a sniper rifle set up at the top of the tower. That is actually both sniper rifles over in favor of Oklahoma Christian as well here. Tons of action happening on sword side of the map. Players trying to look over each other's shoulders. Oh no, I think Nikolai might have sniped Benji in the back, and that's how he got taken out there. I don't know how else he would have died so quickly. But nonetheless, they were able to maintain control of the sniper rifles. They do skip up sword control entirely. But when you're hitting shots like that, who cares? You'll be able to kill them and regain control right away.
There's something about the sniper. Every time I see a snipe, you know, and I'm casting it, I just lift off my chair like 12 inches. I have no idea why. It just gets me so excited. Something else that gets me excited is these sword pushes. 2 players, are they ready for it? The repulsor comes out. Not going to be able to clean up the kill, though, and they're being pinched from green. A great defense here by Oklahoma Christian, but will it be enough? They go 2 down, and now they've got to fight out of their base once again.
Yeah, you can see they've got them trapped over here towards the Mauler. They got to make sure they don't get stuck in here as their teammates come off respawn, because the majority of the map is over here in favor of Fisher Esports. Rockets are getting ready to pop up. Same with the overshield here. You got to be very careful. Play your lives carefully. Neither team want to give up any deaths here with all the weapons spawning.
And it looks like right away, Raris is going to get those rockets, but he goes down so quickly. Oklahoma Christian send 2 inside of green. It might be to their detriment, though, as they go 3 down momentarily, starting to spawn now, but not before losing control and potentially losing those rockets. 26-30. We've got a much different game on our hands. Fisher Esports starting to claw their way back in this game.
Yeah, this is a close one now, especially considering the opening. If you weren't watching to start, it was 11-1 in favor of OC Esports here, and since then, Fisher have been clawing their way back into this game. 31-27. New sniper rifles are going to be the next point of contention here. Both teams need to set up for. We know exactly how dangerous, and really the leads and comebacks that we have seen have been entirely based around the snipes.
Yeah, and Clips is playing a really good role here. You saw he's able to put in a ton of damage, but didn't take any either, which is huge, right? If you play a game like Valorant, essentially, you know, it's that one-shot headshot kill, very quick time to kill on games like Valorant and tactical shooters like that. But in Halo, you get 4 shots to work with, right? 4 shots is perfect with the battle rifle. If you're able to put damage out and not take as much, you can be a really big impact in a fight. And as you can see right here, Fisher playing that very aggressive role on the enemy team base. They're pressuring very, very hard here, and because of that, they take their first lead of the game, now tied back up once again. It's 34-34.
And you can see Fisher, they've got both sniper rifles. They do lose 2 members, so I like this decision to just back up and go for a little bit of a reset here. Looks like that is going to be Red and Clips here holding onto these weapons. They've got OC all trapped on their side of the map. There hasn't been anyone that's either gotten out or flanked around at all. But you can see Fisher doing such a good job of just overextending into the base, getting a couple kills, and then just running away, ducking their head down, and just getting out of dodge before they're able to get taken out. That's why we're seeing that lead change, like you pointed out, 38 now, 37. The first lead that we've had from Fisher since the start of the game.
They got another trade there. It's a very close game here. That OS is coming up very shortly, but look who's got control of the heat wave. It's going to be Chilled You once again. This man is a menace with that heat wave. They're trying to take him out. Red's going to push aggressively here. He's got to be careful. Those rockets are coming up as well. So we got rockets and overshield at the very same time. It looks like a trade might happen here. Fisher's going to get the rockets. Oklahoma Christian will get that OS. Let's see who comes out on top.
Oh, they got to be careful, though. They got a lot of players very weak, and majority of map control is going over to OC right now. That OS is starting to move in. Most of it gets taken away immediately. Neither rocket is able to connect with a kill, although it did get some players weak. 41 to 40 with sniper control over in favor of OC. But Rhett on a huge flank gets a beatdown. Last three members are all over here stuck towards training and courtyard, and we are all tied up at 42 apiece.
42 to 42. You hear the music chime in, the end game music. We're on board with Chilled You, the man of the hour. Fisher has a little bit of a lead here. Here comes the push up with the heat wave. It's Red. He takes a lot of damage here. That's Chilled You. And he gets cleaned up by Raris. Beautiful job to get that kill and stay alive, but he's going to be pushed by Nikolai. He's got to be careful. He jumps up, gets traded out once again. 46 to 44. Fisher take the lead by 2.
Oh, and they're just doing such a good job staying alive. The fact that Rhett was able to extend his life that long just to help secure his teammates the kill, especially the kill plus remaining with a significant amount of health to go into the next engagement. But we say, as we say that, several members go down. Rarest is the last guy alive, but wisely decides to just back down here. Last sniper rifle that we'll see this game here, as both are getting ready to pop. 3 kills remaining here for both teams to close out game number 2. We're going to see OC come back, tie up this series 1 apiece, or is Fisher the real deal here? And then they're going to take an early 2-0 lead.
All right, this is going to be a sniper fight here. Mace's got the sniper on the Fisher side. Oklahoma Christian has Chilled You with the snipe in hand. It's going to come down to who hits the shot here first. That first pick is huge. Mace hits it. Oh, and Chilled You is going to trade. 48 to 48. Rockets are coming up in 27 seconds. OS as well. And some damage coming in from the sword side. Has to stay alive, but Raris is going to get that kill. The 49th kill goes on the board, Elamite. Trying to clear up the second one. Here we go. The push comes out. He gets it. Lines it up. What a beautiful shot there. That's going to be Fisher with a heartbreaking 50-49. Going to get the second game of the series, leading now 2-0. If you're Oklahoma, you've got to be just in shambles after losing that one.
Yeah, keep in mind, they are the ones that started with that 11-1 lead. You got to be feeling so good. You really can't ask for a better start than that. But as they say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And they come back and they close that out 50-49. And that was back and forth sniper battles going on. And one guy steps up in a big way, and you saw the other team just answer back immediately. What an epic game, 50-49 series. And like we said, good news for them. Good news for Oklahoma Christian is this is a best of 7, right? So you're even allowed a little bit more mistakes or time to find your groove or rhythm before, you find yourselves in a quick 3-0 situation here. So with that being said, the job is not done for Fisher. They need to stay strong. I think from what we've seen in these 2 game types so far is that these teams definitely have maps and modes that they're stronger at than at others. And so you definitely can't let your foot off the gas here at this point.
Yeah, we've got a very different game coming up in Oddball Recharge, and something we haven't seen just yet, honestly, in this cast, and today or yesterday. I don't believe we've seen this, and it's going to be interesting. The shock rifle's in play. I believe we did see like Strongholds or our King of the Hill. We have not seen Oddball yet. The objective, of course, to hold the ball the longest amount of time. That Oddball will spawn in the battery section, which is essentially the middle of the map. And, one of the important objectives is that you want to get that ball out of there and into pipes and try to hold the setup initially. and then rotate off of aggression and such like that. We've seen a objective game type already, and honestly, Fisher looked really solid in that very first game one, but like I just mentioned, Oddball Recharge going to be a very different game, Elamite.
Oh, a very different game as well. So, of course, if you're not familiar or if you've watched Oddball in the past but don't know how it works in Halo Infinite, it's completely changed. You have to win 2 rounds of first to 100, although you don't have to get to 100. You can just play time, of course. And so, you know, if you lose first round 100 to 99, those 99 seconds don't do anything for you going into the rest of the game, right? It starts from scratch once again. The good news for anyone watching is you're not going to run into those scenarios in Halo Infinite like you might have in the past, where a game might have 2 or 3 minutes left, but it's already over as far as time is concerned. There's no comeback potential allowed. Game clock freezes in Halo Infinite when ball's being held, so it makes for some epic comebacks and some very close down to the wire moments.
Yeah, as fun as those, those final boss lockout green room strats were to watch in Halo 2, impossible to break, and we don't have those scenarios anymore. Very exciting. A lot of great changes to Halo Infinite in terms of some of the game types, like you said, freezing that time. Looks like we are getting into the next match here. I'm gonna really look, obviously, for Oklahoma Christian to answer back here. That's when you're in it, even in a best of 7, a best of 5 doesn't really matter. When you lose game 2, 50-49 like that, where you have a chance to tie it up, it really can be difficult on the mental. You've just got to reset. But here we go. Game number 3, Fisher up 2-0, Oddball Recharge. We'll see what happens in this game. Can Oklahoma Christian come back here? And you said it yourself, and I 100% agree with you. These teams have their strong game types. They have their strong maps. Maybe Oklahoma Christian, maybe this is one of their stronger maps. A lot more teamwork being utilized here with all the crossfire and being able to angle yourself where that Spartan is on top glass, as well as top catwalk. Here we go. Game number 3, Fisher up 2-0. Like I said, we're going to need an answer from Oklahoma Christian if they want to win this series.
Yeah, and it's a rough start for them. It's 3-for-1 trade in favor of Fisher to open up this game. That 4th member gets chased down as well. Luckily, nobody in position to grab ball quite yet, so they're going to be able to try and contest and wait for teammates to spawn on that one. But they do lose camo. They did lose the opening picks here. One of my questions, though, Active, with some of the game type or changes that we've seen come to this map, are teams going to elect to use the gravity hammer?
I am still blown away that we're going to get a gravity hammer. I just, it doesn't make sense to me in Halo Infinite, but at the end of the day, I thought, what are your thoughts on this? I thought the sword was fine when it, now that it's tradable, now that you can actually trade with a melee, I thought it was a little more balanced. Do you still think it just shouldn't be in the game?
I haven't even used the gravity hammer yet, so it's hard for me to tell. We did use the gravity hammer for a couple kills at the end of some scrim games the other day, when it was more of a troll moment than like a setting up and using it anyway. I definitely have some complaints when it comes down to overall GAing and other things considered. I think a lot of the nerfs and buffs have been pretty respectable on what's been happening so far. But Shock Rifle and Stalker and Bulldog are the strongest weapons in the game. They're way stronger than anything else that we've been using to this point, and they really don't have any counters. A lot of the other weapons that are GA'd actually have actual counters in the game. Whether or not it's Disruptor, Repulsor, anything else like that. Now, when you just start randomly GAing things constantly, you weaken the balance and the flow on the map. If you remove everything that's backseat from play on the map, it creates a huge advantage for everyone over towards gold, and Shock Rifle becomes even more powerful. If you're going to
that's a great point.
GAing everything and you're not actually replacing weapons on the map with other things, like there's a reason the Mangler is over towards A in control and not top gold. It's so you can try to break out of setups over there. So I think that's something that is overlooked in a lot of cases, and
that's a great point.
I do agree with GAing in some situations. Commando should have never had a buff to begin with. That thing was already ridiculously strong. But you can't just, there's the Shock Rifle becomes 100 times more powerful on this map when you remove everything else on the map to kill it.
The Shock Rifle already strong as it is, and Essentially, you're kind of removing its counterpart, and yeah, I 100% agree with some great points there, especially with like that C-hole, like making every other part of the map so very strong by removing, you know, all the weapons on C. So we'll see how this gravity hammer plays out. I'm excited to see it. It's a little bit of a different gravity hammer than what we saw in Halo 3. It doesn't have the same physics and stuff like that, but
it's strong though. It is strong.
It can definitely hold. Like, imagine having a gravity hammer here on elevator, just kind of watching that catwalk push. You don't need a guy in the cross anymore. You can essentially make other parts stronger, other crosses stronger. But right off the bat here, 31 seconds, that 33 seconds on the board. No one opting to pick that up. Kyle, I mean, I guess they don't like it either. But Oklahoma Christian do get the lead by 13 seconds here. They play the ball off the map. That's going to spawn the batteries. And 3 dead for Oklahoma Christian. That's going to be a chance for Fisher to get some control.
Right. You know, and we've had like the 1v1 tournament going on a lot as well. You know, the 1v1 system is basically set up to where it's sniper versus non-sniper rifle player on recharge and live fire, right?
Yep.
I would rather GA sniper rifle and play with gravity hammer, dude. Like, am I the only one that thinks running around trying to no-scope people each death is not the most effective 1v1 scenarios that we're looking at?
No, I 100% agree. I mean, and that's the thing too. Like, just the shock rifle's so very strong in the sense that like literally everyone knows how to use it in an effective way. I don't want to say it. I'm gonna say it. It's an easy weapon to use for both inputs. It is, and it's got way too much ammo, way too strong. So yeah, I agree with the 1v1 scenario. I don't want to see, you know, just people just no-scoping, you know. I'd rather see a gravity hammer being used. At least we see some aggression.
Anything that should be GA'd, it's those guns, right?
Right.
Like, come on.
Right.
So, you know, whatever. People have their opinion. If there's one thing that shoots, it's hard to change people's minds on some things. But I think, like, you got to look at the whole picture. You got to look at spawns. You got to look at, like, breaking out of certain sides of the map. You got to look at the balance on the map, depending on where all of the weapons are.
Yep.
You know, so in a scenario, one team is able to get, if you're able to get sniper like over towards C and trap the enemy team in gold, it's just so hard to break out of it. And even on the flip side, if you have sniper in gold, but then if you're on the other side of the map and you're not allowed to use Mangler, you're not allowed to use gravity hammer, it completely weakens that side of the map.
Yeah, like how do you take presence? Exactly. Yeah, like how do you? It's like that I forgot the name of the game, but you know, taking the territories on that board game, Risk. It's called Risk. How are you gonna take those parts of the map if you don't have any utility to do so? 100% agree with that. But as we say, that gravity hammer has still not been picked up, which I'm really sad to see. Guys, you can pick up the gravity hammer if you can hear me. We want to see it. Double kill coming out right there. That's a 3 dead for Fisher, 3 dead for Oklahoma Christian as well. But Oklahoma Christian gonna come on top of that one. And they're gonna have those. They're gonna have the ball in hand, but there are players pressuring on that catwalk side, so they gotta be careful. Lots of players from Fisher on the tower side potentially pushing here, but that camel's coming up.
Oh, and it looks like we do have some gentlemen's agreements going on in here, so it looks like teams will elect to not use that gravity hammer here. But who knows? Like I said, once we get a little bit more control over Forge and how the weapons may look, like. I don't agree that a weapon that is G8 on a map should be in the game during the ranked play. It should be replaced with something else.
Quickly as well, like very quick. You know, we didn't see the Mangler, you know, change until I don't know if it's even in the changes even in the game yet. I know they're going to replace it with pistols. It could have been the previous patch or it could be the next one, but yeah, the changes have to be done quickly. And now that we have Forge, it should be pretty quickly. And you know, Tashi being a part of that, being more involved is a good thing. So we'll hopefully see some of that come to fruition here, but it's great to see your side of things. I honestly wholeheartly agree with the, you know, a 90% of your points. So really,
I'm the minority on this as well here. So
which is interesting.
Right, I have my opinions. You know, I always think it's terrible being right all the time. It's more of a curse than a blessing, right? You think it's a blessing, but it's really a curse. But you know, nonetheless, I can't make the decision myself. Only 25 seconds left to play in this round, though, and we see OC, even though they're being so heavily outslayed here, you've got Mayski at 18-5 alone. They're not able to maintain the lead. However, that is 2 dead. The only person in position to stop this ball is Nikolai, who does die or get taken out, but the ball has not been played, so that's actually good for Fisher. They don't have numbers, but they have the ball.
You can't play this.
They gotta play. 7 seconds left. It will respawn, but they have to be on it immediately.
Yep.
Macy's doing what he
gets on
can.
it.
but not able to bring out that win. And so OC, even though they were heavily outplayed, a 20-5 performance in round 1 from Maski isn't enough to secure them that W.
Yeah, they literally had 1 second to get that ball, and of course, you know, Fisher was on top of, Oklahoma was on top of that. They get the first round here. Right off the bat, Oklahoma Christian really starting to put the pressure on. They've got 3 dead already. Rhett's the last player alive, and it looks like he's just trying to play his life in finesse here. This is what's really fun. This finesse is so huge, though. Being able to play your life that very long, he does go down, which is going to unfortunately give his team a little bit of a numbers disadvantage and also give Oklahoma Christian some ball time, but he's going to spawn up, and they're going to push once again.
Yeah, so even though we've got a 2-0 series lead here for Fisher, it's OC that finds themselves up 1-0 as far as round count here in this game. You know, I think when we talked about some of the stronger maps and game types that may fall into each person's scenarios here, I think we're seeing just how objective, efficient, outside of that King of the Hill game that we saw in game number 1, of Oklahoma Christian.
Yeah, they're definitely looking really solid, especially here. The rotations on the ball is pretty quick, but they do get cross-shot over there from C Long. So a great play here by Nikolai to back up, playing his life once again. He was getting pressure from that needle side. The ball's going to go towards C, though. This ball will potentially be played here very shortly, but not before getting a whole bunch of time, which is great. 2 down, though, for Oklahoma Christian. 3 down, make that. So he doesn't have to play this ball. He's going to potentially just watch for the push. There is 1 player pushing him from the blue pipe side, and a great job by Rarest to potentially get that trade. That ball does get played, and they tie the game at 16 points apiece.
What a play there. I'm not sure who that was, but maybe it was... yeah, I'm not even sure who that was, but they got a double kill over there by Ball. You could see the decision not to play the ball immediately when you saw on the kill feed several members going down. But Last Guy Live or OC actually gets 2 kills, including the play ball here on Fisher, and that one's going to hurt.
It'll definitely hurt because it gives them the tie. This camo coming up. Benji's in position to potentially grab this. The ball does get rotated. You see the toss there towards Needler. His teammates are in position, but look at the push here from Nikolai. He drops down, gets the camo. Can he be spotted, though, is the question. These guys have got some great eyes. I am too old to be able to see a camo player like this, but they get the trade. That's massive.
That is absolutely massive to take out that camo player. You do not want to let him escape and become such a disruption to your team. Maybe grab that sniper rifle. You can see just how we already talked about how powerful it is when you don't have camo. Well, when you do have camo and you get time to line up those shots for an extra second or so, it could be game changing.
You know who's game changing? It's Maski, 25-11, having an incredible winners final series. We've got to watch a little more of him. Rhett does have that oddball time, though, and 16 assists on the board as well.
You know, just taking a look at these slays and kills active, you know, it's pretty incredible that they are even able to take that first round, because it has essentially not been close stat-wise, you know, as far as in this game. So big shout out to Valid, who's got 74 points so far here for his squad.
Incredible to be able to get that much objective time. The double kill does come out there. I believe that's 3 dead for Fisher. If the feed is not on your screen, anyone that's watching, just, you know, hit refresh. It should be up there, or we will refresh. But regardless, we're back in the game. And as we say that, Oklahoma Christian does finally get some time on the board. They're being them being up 1 round. Not a lot of pressure lies in their game. And you know, the pressure really happens to be, you know, Fisher holding this pipe setup really strongly, approaching 60 seconds potentially.
Yeah, new camo just spawned as well. You'll see if any teams elect to try to help contest that, or if they're just going to let that get picked up here by OC. But as we say that, 2 go down for OC. It's Fisher with the ball in gold, so there's only 2 members out on the map that can kind of help contest that. And it looks like they may at the very least have helped make sure that camo got burned, and then a great here ball rotation coming out, recognizing how many players are over here towards A. However, as we say that, they kill them all, so you got to watch out. That A is now blocked. They're coming off spawn here towards gold. Great ball rotation. They recognize the scenario they found themselves in, and rotating that ball from top gold to back C, and in a play ball scenario here is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, Nikolai makes a play there, is able to sneak past, use the commando. The play ball will come out. No, it won't. They didn't get the play ball off. Only 6 seconds remaining here for Fisher to win this round, but Oklahoma Christian are going to get some time on the board here. The ball's still not played. It's on top of the gravity hammer on that platform. I would assume with 2 minutes left, they continue to slay here maybe, but Clips does go for that, and potentially he's going to try and end this round right now with 5 seconds remaining for Fisher.
Yeah, you can see new play ball is coming up. Players are trying to contest it. Last guy alive doing what he can to try to prevent that ball grab here from Oklahoma Christian, but not going to be able to do so. However, with everyone coming off spawn towards A, that's player
rotating
top
towards
gold,
him.
not able to shoot the cross. Chill G with a great snipe. Almost made that a double with the chain reaction. But Rare is still alive for the moment. 4 dead once again. Now, this is Oklahoma's turn. They've really got to get back into this game. They cannot afford any mistakes, though. One mistake in play ball, one over challenge can result in this round ending.
I was a little worried there that they kind of rotated the ball into Oklahoma Christian, but they were ready for it. They got the slays, and now another camo on the board for Valid. He does go down, though. I don't know if he burned that or if it's still down on the floor. We'll find out here shortly. It looks like it was definitely burned, as they probably would have spotted that. The ball does go off the map. He tried to catch it as he got that melee down. The catch did not happen, and like you said, that could be the mistake that cost him here. Rhett has the shock rifle setting up to stop this push. Maysky gets his own kill as well. They've got 1 kill on the board for Oklahoma Christian, and that means a chance to pick up the ball, and there it is. They're going to win this round and tie it up 1-1.
Yeah, great round, especially from Rarest. He's sitting at 31 kills, 15 assists as well, so you can just tell he's been doing all sorts of work here for the squad. Fisher's answered back. They are not looking to let OC get back into the series. They let that first round slip by. Even though they were heavily outslaying them, I think they've kind of worked out some of the mistakes that they were making and have quickly answered back with a round of themselves.
That was a nice nade by Maysky. He continues on to get another. Him and Raris are just having a slay battle right now. Maysky did die less, but Raris does have more assists. Very interesting to see. That's literally 63 kills between just the two of them, which is nuts.
Absolutely. A lot of spread out objective time here for Fisher. On the other side, it's really Valid.
Oh, yeah.
Been picking up most of the points here for his squad. Sit at 92. Great win from Chilled U to actually pick up that kill. They do find themselves down 3 dead, though, and Benji, last guy alive. Now, he was going for ball, but as all of his teammates are dead, he's found himself in a really tough spot and gets taken out as well. So overall control still in favor of Fisher. They've got a few players weak all over here towards C that are just trying to finesse and stay alive, but that ball gets rotated out, and now we're seeing Fisher start putting some points in the board. Keep in mind, this is round number 3. Winner of this round does take game number 3.
Very important to get that first kill. You saw that 1 kill on the side of Oklahoma Christian turned into 15 seconds of ball time for Fisher. Essentially, the golden rule is if you get a kill on the board, or 2, or 3, then that's an immediate 15 seconds of ball time that you can pretty much count on. So once again, Fisher will continue on this time. The spawns will come out on C side, and the rotation will come out as well.
Yeah, you can see lots of kills, lots of assists here. Rhett's got 22 assists himself in this game. But then on the other side, OC, 14, 7, 4, 9. Just a fraction of the amount of assists that we're seeing out of Fisher.
So we're seeing a very well-rounded team in Fisher. You talked about the objective time, now bringing up the assists. That ball did not get played. 2 down for Fisher. A chance with this camo and shock rifle combo to make something happen. He does decide to play the ball, which is going to reveal him. That tosses the camo out the window. That's 3 down for Fisher, and now Oklahoma Christian take control once again of the power weapon and the shock rifle. They're going to try to utilize that to kill this Fisher squad off a spawn.
Yeah, you can see it looks like OC's trying to do what they can to get in position to maybe get a ball grab, but the kills, they're just not coming into their favor. I think they're trying to force things a little bit too quickly instead of playing around what Fisher's giving them. And with those 2 players going down, Fisher's able to run in, grab that ball, and escape with it as well. They've already got a 38-point lead, and with Nikolai going down here, nice crosses set up between Gold and A, they're looking to put another significant amount of points on the board.
Approaching 50 seconds. That commando still very strong right now. Has not gotten nerfed yet. It's going to be interesting to see that on land coming up here. But 51 seconds and counting as the ball is rotated towards A. Rhett's going to give it over to Rarest. And we've talked about this. Look how even they are. I think they just want to have the same numbers. We're talking 57s, 57, 55, 56 in terms of ball time. You don't generally see that on a squad, but it's definitely working out for them as we're looking at a 65-0 lead for Fisher.
Yeah, I'd like to see Rarest throw that ball over to Clips to get him back in on the action here. Get everybody up towards that 70-point mark now. But no, that's definitely not necessary for them to do. It's 75-0 lead. Although we saw OC win that first round, they have not been able to put anything together for the rest of this game, especially in this round number 3. All 4 members were just down for a moment. They're going to spawn across the map. What are you doing with this ball? You know, you don't want to rotate the ball now. I was just going to say you win the game if you just stand here. But for some reason, they try to force a rotation. They will get that back to C and rack up some additional time here. But I think they could have just set up and held and ended it.
Yeah, they definitely could have ended it right there. And fortunately enough for them, they do get these gold spawns, though. So Childu's going to go down. Childu having a really rough game, 23-37. Hate to point it out, but he's had such a good tournament thus far. The winners finals not doing so hot, not having the best of games, which, you know, it happens to all of us, but 89 seconds, 11 more. And Fisher will close out this game and lead the series 3-0, and they're looking to do that right now. No one really in position from Oklahoma Christian to stop this. And as I say that, Benji's going to get a huge stop and rotate that ball to his teammates.
Yeah, and just looking at the kills, you've got Clips and Rhett and almost exactly the same stat line, almost the same kills and assists. You've got Rarest and Maysky, almost exactly the same stat line as well. You got pretty even objective across the board. I mean, this Fisher squad is definitely somebody that's looking to win this tournament.
Yeah, and they're doing just that. They lead the series now 3-0 with that game on Oddball. A very convincing game, and like you said, Maysky, absolutely incredible. I believe he ended up 42-18 or something, like a very good stat line out of him, and very even across the board. You don't see that. You just don't see that in Halo where everyone's got that similar objective time. At least I haven't seen it in a long time, but we go to another objective game type coming up next. It's going to be Strongholds on Live Fire. Very rotational type map, right? It's all situational. Like we talked about before, you kind of want to rotate off of, you know, the situations that happen in the game, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going with a 4-0 prediction for this series here. Fisher, what we saw from them on Live Fire to start the match was complete domination. They played Live Fire to a T, and you could just see Oklahoma Christian just wasn't really able to get their footing. It was on Pit that they really started to answer back and were almost able to tie up the series, but falling short. And then we saw them really kind of run out of gas or run out of steam here in that game number 3 oddball, taking round number 1, but losing round number 2 and getting almost no time in round number 3 here. So we're going back to Live Fire, a map that is similar to the Strongholds play style, or at least how you want to play it, but even less like requirement to kind of set up and control specific areas. If they're able to keep that momentum up or play Live Fire similarly to what they did in map number 1, they will find themselves in the grand finals.
Talk to me a little bit about that as a former pro player. When it comes to endurance, right? You know, being able to play your absolute best, and you even do it in matchmaking. So like, you know, and I'm saying that because, you know, every time I watch your stream, you know, I'm always seeing you try your best in every single one of your games. There's no lax gameplay. What does it take to kind of build that type of endurance? And would you say like some of the, you know, top 8 teams have all the same endurance to be able to play their best gameplay, you know, throughout an entire tournament that can last 12 hours?
I mean, yeah, endurance and fatigue is definitely a big aspect, especially in tournament play. Like when you go and you're traveling, you're stuck up all night, you're not sleeping maybe quite as well as you would at home, being in, you know, a different city. And then, of course, the long days where what a lot of people that aren't kind of hardcore gamers don't appreciate is how exhausting gaming can be. It is very mentally fatiguing. So it is definitely not something easy to do. To play Infinite online, you've definitely got to have a strong mental mindset. There's a lot of weak mentals out there for sure. You get them on your team all the time. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely not easy for me. I just try to keep calling out, have fun with it. You know, at the end of the day, for a lot of scenarios when we're streaming or commentating, we're just here to bring additional knowledge or insight into the game, and ultimately, at the end of the day, to entertain. So as long as you're doing that, and for me, I'm someone that doesn't necessarily, while I can be toxic at times, I try to avoid it if at all possible here. And, you know, at least set a good example. You know, a lot of these competitors, especially being in this scenario, this is a college event. This is a lot of people that are trying to better themselves, better their education. I'm somebody that went to school while I was competing the whole time. It's very challenging to do.
I didn't know that.
And I didn't have the support of the schools back then either. You know, people are looking at me like I'm crazy that I'm playing Halo for money and competing in hundreds of thousands of dollars tournaments. So it's come a long way, you know, being from Kentucky, especially. This tournament hits home, and super happy to see all these competitors and what they're doing. Because like you've said before, this is something we would have killed to have back in the day. You know, most people thought we were lying, thought that we were just wasting our lives playing games. But look at this industry and what it's become and how many people call it home now. So it's really awesome to see.
That's a very good point. I remember in 2005, I was in, I leave the end of high school. I graduated in 2006, and I told my friends, I said, I'm going to make a living playing video games. It was after watching, I believe it was Shook One's montage, Halo 2 montage, I think it was. And I said, I'm going to make a living playing video games. That's it. And then, you know, here I am today, obviously a long, long story later, but no one believed back then that that was ever going to be a thing. I got laughed at as well. But someone who's not laughing right now is Oklahoma Christian. Fisher is up 3-0 in a best-of-7 series. Oklahoma Christian has to answer back. And like you said, on a map that they didn't do so well in game number 1, King of the Hill Live Fire looked like a dominating performance by Fisher. Can Fisher repeat the same performance here on Strongholds? Same map, a little bit of a different game type, more rotational, less setup based. We will see here coming up right now. We're going to hop on board with Chilled U to start. Had a really rough last game. If he can pick it up, he could be the X factor for me that brings his team to victory. And he starts off with 1 kill right off the bat.
Yeah, they're going to need the whole team to step it up here if they have any chance of getting back into the series. Finding themselves down 0-3. A reverse sweep in a best-of-7 is definitely a different ball game than a reverse sweep in a best-of-5. Having to string 4 games together is a huge mountain to overcome. So we see Benji grabbing that sniper. Chilled U, he did get a couple kills to open up the game. However, first points on the board do go in favor of Fisher. The good news is, though, it's quickly being traded out. Oklahoma Christian was able to get both overshield and sniper rifle, so we'll see what kind of point string they can, or kind of points they can string together here in this run.
Good point. Yeah, these power weapons can really, like you see, right away, 2 down for Fisher, but 3 down for Oklahoma Christian. That's right, it's up to Benji right now. He's got to make a play. He's got the sniper in hand. He's got the repulsor. Wastes the sniper ammo. This is a good play, honestly. You don't want to put it in the hands of Fisher, who has been hot with it all game long. Maysky doing a little bit of what he did in the last game. Ends up going down there as I talk about him, but he was 3-1 momentarily. The slays are still coming out. Rare is having a really good start to the game thus far as well. We're still very early, but still the slays are coming out for Fisher. Maysky gets another one. 4 and 2.
Yeah, you can see it kind of hurts a little bit though, because we were just talking about, you had Oklahoma Christian with sniper and OS.
Yeah,
they got 5 points on the board, right?
Right.
This Fisher with no weapons, no overshield power-ups, and they're the ones that come away with the win, essentially, or at least the win of the engagement, and start putting points on the board here. So when you start seeing trends like that manifesting in game, that's when you can kind of maybe try to predict what you're going to see for the rest of the series here. And the Fisher, their teamwork is on point.
Oklahoma Christian does score up another overshield, though. Are they going to be able to utilize that is the question to get more than 5 points? They get A. Halfway through getting B, some aggression on B side, but they do clean up that kill and potentially get it. There it is, finally put down. Some points being scored now. On board with Clips, trying to potentially get this kill here. 2 down once again.
He didn't kill that guy, but he repulsed him in such a way that he protected himself, hit him with that plasma grenade on the ground, and his teammate actually cleaned up the kill. So luckily for Oklahoma Christian, they do put all 4 down, and they're starting to bite into this lead that we have here from Fisher. So most important thing is take things 1 game at a time. If they're able to make this series 3-1, you know, they can start worrying about games in the future. But most important is that very first game. New sniper rifle is up on the map. They are finally answering back, and they are winning now in the Slays department.
Well, as you say that, 4 go down. Rhett with a sniper in hand. As it started to look real solid for Oklahoma Christian, it all tumbles down. And now Fisher on the aggression. Smell blood in the water here on this push on B. The miss, though, the snipe. Clips is going to be in trouble, though. He's isolated. He's got 2 people to deal with. He gets 1. Is he going to get the other as well? He is! That's what I'm talking about, a 2v1 scenario. Rhett literally didn't need to do anything with a sniper, and a triple cap on the board for Fisher.
That one hurts. There's a triple cap on the board with OS coming up in 10 seconds. You've got OC Esports. They have to decide, are we capping a hill? Are we playing OS? They need to get a few picks, which luckily they will do here, taking out Rhett. But that overshield is up, and 3 of them go down. They did capture A, but they don't even get any points out of it because they weren't able to get B or C. And with OS changing hands once again, this is a tough position to be in.
Like you said, we started to see some slays come through there for Oklahoma Christian, but they weren't really able to turn that into anything. Clips, though, getting a killing spree. The double, wants the triple. Shots looking very solid. Curb slides into the hill. Misses a couple. Almost choked the one shot, but ends up cleaning it up. And as I say that, great repulse to deny that nade. He's got to deny this player as well. He doesn't see him. Chillview gets a big kill.
Absolutely monstrous kill. 3 dead for Fisher. Make that 4 dead as Chillview goes absolutely huge with a triple of himself to help secure that sniper rifle as well. Pretty close game still. Definitely it's something easy to come back on, only being down by 40 or 50 points here now at this point. You can see Nikolai, he's the one leading the pack for his team. Clips and him are both at 10 apiece for the game overall. You can see Fisher, they're coming off spawn towards C, looking at locking down this hill. They've already got A, so if they do secure this, they're going to start putting points on the board once again. Chillview is the last guy alive, doing what he can to clean up a few kills, but it's just a little bit too little, too late in the engagement, and now all of OC is going to be stuck spawning in A.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was on Nest, pushed a little bit late, like you said there. In that scenario, you got to be a little more aggressive. You end up maybe saving your teammate, stopping the cap onto C. He's starting to slay out, though, a little bit. 10-9, but he had negative KD for a while there. Red, though, gonna get his own kill. 3 down, make that 4 once again for Oklahoma Christian. And Fisher completely outslaying the opposition. We've really got to see some fire out of this squad, and I love that. Waiting for the spike grenade. Sniper coming up as well. Those spikes really change the tide and will continue to help this Fisher squad take control. OS now about to pop.
Yeah, this OS is definitely going to be a game-changing moment here as we see Fisher put all 4 down. Get this overshield. They should be able to lock down A. They should know the rest of the spawns are coming up here towards B. OC has no option but to try to secure that, stop the bleeding a little bit. But this is when it gets dangerous. Just look at this collapse. It looks like 4 fish stuck in a barrel here towards back C with an overshield heat wave just flying in to clean them out. And sure enough, 3 go dead. Last player's trying to finesse his life, grabs himself a kill, which is huge. But it's still a triple cap over here in a moment, at least, if they're able to clean up this one-shot player in Hill. But wow, what a job staying alive by Nikolai there. He bought his team a lot of time.
You mentioned 4 fish in a barrel. Imagine 4 fish in a barrel with 4 other piranhas. That's Fisher right now. They are literally slaying out of their minds right now, and it is important to play your life like that, but and one person I'm seeing right now is Valid. He's 3-14, having a little bit of a rough game. You got to point that out. The slays are really important. You're starting to see some slay power out of this Oklahoma Christian squad, but you gotta kind of pick that up. This is the last game that they have. If Fisher win this one, they will win the series in the winners finals, and of course send Oklahoma Christian down the elimination bracket. And it looks like they're very close to doing so as they get a triple cap momentarily on the board until B is finished. That's going to be even more time added.
Yeah, and you can say, like you said, they're piranhas, and they smell blood in the water, and they are just looking to close this out. 226 to 89. a big comeback that they're going to have to mount here, but they're starting to lose B. They don't have control of C. They just lost their numbers advantage, and unless they pick up some big trades here, which they don't, I don't see how they get back into this one.
Yeah, it's those right there. It's those 1v1s that you have to win, right? And then it's the it's staying alive on this overshield. He challenged half shields. He jumped out. Got a little impatient on that OS, and because of that, an early numbers advantage, like you said, for Fisher. They're continuing to stack points on the board. B and C being capped here, 237 to 99. I've seen greater comebacks in my time, especially on live fire strongholds, but will we see one now is the question. It's definitely an insurmountable feat.
Yeah, you can see no mistakes, no room for errors at this point here for Oklahoma City, or they will find themselves down in the lower bracket. Macy, 22 and 11, 2.0 KD. Here, they're starting to lock down A, but they lose B. So this is a BC setup that we're seeing from OC. They need to be careful. What I'd like to see them do is really kind of just set up, maybe get a guy back towards tower and over here towards B, but it's just not enough. You see Fisher, they just flood out, they immediately get into B, they're contesting the hill. OC, they're not even getting any points here because of this, and with them coming off spawn towards C, they gotta move a long way across the map to even be able to contest either one of these strongholds. It's just not possible.
They get in B momentarily, but Valid is the only one there. He goes down for his 19th death, and there you go, Fisher. In the winners finals, gonna 4-0 Oklahoma Christian. An incredible fashion, and wow, we didn't expect that, right? Right before the series started, so there's no way it's gonna go to a 4-0, and I didn't expect Fisher to perform that well. I mean, Maysky was on a tear. Just many players on that squad on an absolute tear. That is the winners finals there. I believe from what I'm understanding, we're not going to be able to broadcast the rest of the Halo tournament as we do not have time. There needs to be a switch over to Valorant here very shortly, but regardless, you can look at the bracket, and I will enter the chat and post that if you're interested in that. But I mean, with how Fisher's playing, I'm gonna assume that they kind of wipe through whoever comes through the losers bracket. I mean, we'll have to see. But regardless, some great matches here today. Again, a thank you to all of our partners and our sponsors, Gen G, for setting this up. They do a campus takeover. It's a yearly thing. This is the 2023 campus takeover at the University of Kentucky. It's been a 2-day event. Of course, like I said, we have Valorant at 3 p.m. Eastern, so we'll be doing that next. But again, thank you to Kinetic by Windstorm, UK Federal Credit Union, UConnect, UPS Jobs, and Tax Act as well. It has been an incredible time. Elamite, do you have any closing words before we end the show here?
I mean, of course, thank you for having me. Active, it's always a pleasure to cast with you. Some Great games. Big props to Fisher, but everyone that competed in the tournament for being involved in Halo and putting on a great show for us to watch. Like I said, somebody being from Kentucky myself, and I'll be in Kentucky next month as well. I'm gonna have to come down and check out the arena, kind of see how things have developed over the last 7 years I've been gone out here in LA. So just once again, thank you so much for having me. Halo, I love Halo more than anything. It's always a pleasure to be involved in things like this. Big shout out to everybody, especially everyone behind the scenes making this happen, because unless you've been in production, you don't know what it's like. So thank you, everybody, and I look forward to being a part of it again in the future.
Yeah, definitely mirroring most of your words, Elamite. Again, it's an absolute pleasure casting with you, bring a lot of knowledge to the cast, so thank you for that. It has been a pleasure. This has been Halo, of course, the first part of the day today. Later on today at 3 p.m. Eastern, we'll be moving on to the Valorant Grand Finals. We've got Blinn College going to be in the Grand Finals, of course. That's going to be an interesting one. They played phenomenal yesterday, so we'll see how they're going to do against Alabama State as well. We'll catch you next time at 3 o'clock for the Valorant Grand Finals.